Kindly mute their microphone, please. Thank you. Okay, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good morning and good afternoon. May I welcome all of you to the 5th Southeast Asia Multi-Stakeholder Forum. I'm Ronnie Surakusuma, head of the Sub-Regional Office for Southeast Asia at ESCAP, and I will be your host throughout this event. The Southeast Asia Forum provides an opportunity to take stock of progress on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. After 5 years, and to share perspectives and priorities from Southeast Asia that can be carried forward to the 9th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, scheduled for the 28th to the 31st of March of 2022. The Southeast Asia Forum will address the main challenges and the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and discuss ways of unlocking the means of implementation to overcome these challenges and scaling up action. The meeting will bring together stakeholders from government, parliament, academia, the private sector, and civil society in an enabling environment for knowledge sharing. We are pleased to announce at this year's forum is organized in partnership with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand, Global Affairs Canada, ADB, and the UNDP. The forum consists of 6 sessions, which will begin today and will run for 3 consecutive days during this week, plus 1 day in November. The reason for this separate date is to schedule a session back-to-back with an ASEAN investment event. Topics will include the deliberation of the regional SDG agenda, sharing of experiences on the VNR, showcasing innovative projects in Southeast Asia that promote women economic empowerment, and strengthening green growth and sustainable finance and investment in the region, all in the context of a pandemic recovery. We look forward to listening valuable insights and views on building back better for COVID-19 while advancing the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. To open the floor, may I invite the Undersecretary of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Ms. Armida Asalcia Al-Shabana, to deliver their welcome remarks. Ibu, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Paroni. Excellency, Mr. Don Pramudwinai, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning and welcome to the 5th Southeast Asia Multi-Stakeholder Forum, Building Back Better from COVID-19, while advancing the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Since our forum last year in 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic has entered its second year, causing continued socioeconomic hardship for all our 11 member states in Southeast Asia. I recognize several features during this phase, including countries continue to grapple with a surge of cases due to new variants, adding up to a total number of over 11.7 million cases to date. Economic growth prospects have been stalled, and its opening up to travel and tourism are put on hold. Governments have ramped up their efforts on vaccination programs, which have contributed to a total of over 132 million people vaccinated. However, they now started to shift plans from zero COVID strategies to a new policy or to a policy of living with the disease in the near future. And societies are still seeing growing impacts of climate change, as illustrated in the latest IPCC report. As a result of this prolonged pandemic, the vulnerable population groups are witnessing new forms of multidimensional poverty, social exclusion, impacting the overall progress of the Sustainable Development Goals. To recover better, stronger, and smarter, may I reiterate 3 policy areas that I highlighted at this forum in 2020 regarding the social protection system, digitalization, and green recovery. These policy areas and strategic interventions are in line with the principles of inclusion, resilience, and sustainability for the post-pandemic recovery and beyond. On the social protection system, we need to address the widening inequality gap while advancing gender equality and women's economic empowerment. Countries need to promote an employment-led recovery and invest in strategic industries and infrastructure. We need to ensure continuity in fiscal and financial support for vulnerable groups and the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises until a robust recovery. Policymakers need to focus on raising social spending for an inclusive and resilient healthcare system. On accelerated and equitable digitalization strategies, there is an urgent need to bringing services related.
Excuse me, Ibu, you're muted.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. So accidentally, yeah. So may I a little bit, go back a little bit. Countries need to promote an employment-led recovery and invest in strategic industries and infrastructure. We need to ensure continuity in fiscal and financial support for vulnerable groups and the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises until a robust recovery. Policymakers need to focus on raising social spending for an inclusive and resilient healthcare system. On accelerated and equitable digitalization strategies, there is an urgent need to bringing services related to health, education, and government services under a national coordination framework. Furthermore, member states need to work together in advancing digital connectivity, along with the focus on regional supply chain, trade and investment for advancing balanced growth. At the same time, to create more resilient societies and economies, let us be prepared for future climate disaster health emergencies. Let us work together to put preparedness at the center of responses to future pandemics while building health system resilience, strengthening the social protection system, and minimizing disaster risk. I look forward to Thailand's leadership in APEC 2022 to engage in a whole-of-society approach and synergize partnership with relevant institutions to achieve the SDGs and the APEC Putrajaya Vision 2040 towards advancing balanced growth. In building green and blue economies, long-term environmental sustainability must be embedded in the COVID-19 policy response, as well as incorporated into people's consumption behavior and business investment processes and analysis. We must utilize innovative financing tools, including green and SDG-linked bonds, as an instrument to address post-COVID-19 financing needs while advancing official development assistance and South-South and triangular cooperation modalities. In this regard, I'm pleased to welcome the discussion on the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or RCEP, the new level of economic cooperation and integration agreement that has the potential to contribute to the COVID-19 recovery efforts in the Southeast Asia and beyond. The forum provides a timely opportunity to member states to discuss these policy areas and shares lessons and insights on follow-up and preparation for the voluntary national reviews. Through policy choices and priorities, member states are in a position to implement innovative strategies to recover from this ongoing crisis and ensure that no person or country is left behind. Together with governments in Southeast Asia, ESCAP has been partnering to the socio-economic recovery and the progress of implementing the 2030 Agenda. ESCAP stands ready to support member states and stakeholders in the accelerated recovery from the pandemic and the implementation of SDGs in the Southeast Asia and beyond. I look forward to listening to your perspective and recommendation on the themes of the forum, which will further be discussed and shared at the 9th Asia-Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development on 28th to 31st March of next year. I wish everyone a very successful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Armida. We will now listen to the keynote remarks of His Excellency Mr. Don Pramudwinai, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand.
Madame Amida Salcia Alijabana, the UN Under-Secretary General and UN ESCAP Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates. It's my pleasure to deliver key remarks at the 5th South Asia Multi-Stakeholder Forum on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. I wish to thank the Executive Secretary and her team for providing this opportunity for all stakeholders to share their perspectives and discuss regional priorities in achieving the SDGs. This year's theme, Building Back Better from COVID-19 while advancing the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, is indeed most pertinent. COVID-19 is a titanic setback to our drive towards the SDGs. It demonstrates how fragile our life and healthcare systems are and how far we are still from reaching our Sustainable Development Goals. Most important of all, it serves as a reminder how important it is that we recommit ourselves to do so. The pandemic has worsened inequalities and revealed imbalances in how we live, do business, and treat our planet. Before the pandemic, we were obsessed with uninterrupted linear growth, myopic competition, and pushing the envelope to the limit. The pandemic took away our sense of safety and security and exposed disparities and disequilibrium that perhaps we have been too complacent and preoccupied to discern. To rebuild a better world while accelerating SDG advancement, we need to abandon the business as usual mentality. We need a paradigm shift to find a transformative pathway that will bring about development that is inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. While it is true that in quantum mechanics, you can do the same thing over and over many times, and still you get different results. But in real life, such modus operandi is proven not only futile, but senseless. First and foremost, promoting good health and well-being for people of all ages is vital. One thing we have learned from COVID-19 is the importance of robust public healthcare systems and universal health coverage. Adequate budget allocation for healthcare is a necessary condition and must therefore be an immediate priority. As part of our effort to improve our preparedness for the future health emergencies, Thailand has highlighted our endeavor to enhance the capacities of our medical industries and public health services, the two important components of our health resilience. Second, to build back better, Thailand is promoting the Biocircular Green Economy Model, or BCG. The intertwining relationship between biocircular and green economy are reflected in the BCG economic model. The sum of the three is greater than the parts. Intrinsically entrenched in the BCG paradigm is notion of balance. The BCG itself is fundamentally the natural continuum of our homegrown sufficiency economy, SCP, that focuses on non-linear growth, building self-immunity to become resilient to external shocks, and leveraging innovation to add value while taking care of the environment. BCG emphasizes the quintessential balance of all things approach that shifts from a mindset of maximization to optimization, paving the way for better wealth distribution through environmentally friendly and inclusive economic growth. Thailand hopes that BCG will lead us closer to the overall SDG achievement and see SEP, BCG, and SDGs as being very much part of one organic whole. And third, as we embrace digital technologies that are already transforming the way we live and do business, we need to address the challenges and inequalities exacerbated by the digital divide. We need to be mindful of such vulnerabilities and try to rectify them. And lastly, the paradigm shift I mentioned earlier requires us all to work together, whether government, private sector, civil society, women groups and youth, or academia. Thailand firmly believes in mobilizing everyone everywhere and expanding the stakeholders base to advance these SDGs through a whole of society approach. This is reflected in Thailand's 2021 Voluntary National Review, where multi-stakeholder engagement is the main highlight. Our village healthcare or health volunteers have shown us a good example in how to tap the potential of ordinary people and turn them into agents of change and hope. We are committed to doing more and look forward to cooperating with our friends and partners around the world towards this end. By working together, we can certainly strengthen the power of volunteerism. I hope this year's Southeast Asia Multi-Stakeholder Forum will produce fruitful discussions that would lead to the next year's Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, APFSD, and a high-level political forum on Sustainable Development, HLPF. The power to achieve sustainable development goal lies with each and every one of us here today. It's our duty to do so for our future generation. And for that, in fact, is essentially the true meaning of building back better. I thank you very much.
That concludes the opening session of the forum. The program for today will begin with session 1, Regional Action Towards Sustainability, APEC and the SDGs. The program for today we would like to gently remind participants to keep their microphone muted and only turn it on when they take the floor. If multiple participants sit in one location, we kindly request you to use one device to join the meeting. In case of multiple devices are used, please ensure that only one device's speaker and microphone are on to avoid echoing in the background. The session is live streamed via ESCAP's YouTube channel. May I now hand over to Mr. Michael Williamson, Chief Section of the Energy Division of ESCAP, who will moderate the session. Mr. Williamson, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Ronnie, and good morning to all distinguished participants. So as Ronnie said, my name is Michael Williamson. I work for the Energy Division in ESCAP, and it's my great pleasure to moderate this kickoff session, Regional Action Towards Sustainability, APEC and the SDGs. So we have some very impressive and knowledgeable speakers who I'll introduce in just a moment, but I guess the aim of this session is to strengthen regional cooperation by building on the complementarities between APEC Putrajaya Vision 2040 and the SDGs, but also to share how Thailand, as the APEC 2022 host economy, plans to drive APEC priorities and inject new dynamism of growth through synergizing what you just heard about, the biocircular and green economies. So with that objective in mind, perhaps maybe now it's appropriate I just introduce each of our speakers one by one. They have very impressive biographies and past work histories. So I won't, in the interest of time, I won't touch on every aspect, but let me just give you a couple of highlights of some of the speakers. So in the order of speaking, I'd just like to introduce them as firstly, Ms. Sweta Saxena. She's the Chief Macroeconomic Policy and Analysis Section in the Macroeconomic Policy and Financing for Development Division of UN ESCAP. So Sweta is currently on leave from the IMF to serve in this role. She has led 3 flagship reports in ESCAP, 2019, 2020 and 21, covering issues such as ambitions beyond growth, towards sustainable economies and towards post-COVID-19 resilient economies. So while she was with the IMF, she worked on multilateral surveillance for the G20 countries and on fragile countries in the Africa department. So her research focuses on policy-relevant macro-financial issues such as crises and recoveries, contagion and exchange rates, while her more recent work focuses exclusively on sustainable development. And you'll find her publications everywhere from the American Economic Review, the Journal of Economic Literature, and the Journal of International Economics. So a warm welcome to you, Sweta, to the forum. Next, I would like to introduce Mr. Haril Yahiri Jacob. He's the Deputy Secretary General Trade of the Ministry of International Trade and Industry of Malaysia. So he holds a master's degree in strategy and diplomacy from the National University of Malaysia and a Bachelor of Arts in Politics and International Relations from University of Kent at Canterbury in the UK. He is a veteran of his diplomatic service, having served in the Malaysian Administrative and Diplomatic Service since '95, with over 25 years civil service experience, covering economics and commerce, issues such as social management, public management throughout his career, where he's covered a range of portfolios, including overseas at the Permanent Mission of Malaysia to the World Trade Organization and at the Embassy of Malaysia in Washington, D.C. A warm welcome to you, sir. Next, of course, from Thailand, I would like to welcome Mr. Cherchai Chavidit, the Director General of the Department of International Economic Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Of course, we've been working closely with his team to organize this session, to whom we're very grateful. So Mr. Chavidit is the Director General in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand. Formerly, he was the Minister and Deputy Chief of Mission of the Royal Thai Embassy to Japan. He holds a Master's of Arts in International Relations from the Faculty of Social Science in the University of Kent, with his Bachelor of Arts from Chulalongkorn University in Thailand, which we all know very well. So last but certainly not least, it's my great honor to also welcome Ms. Rebecca Fatima Maria, Executive Director of the APEC Secretariat Singapore. In fact, the first woman to hold that position in the history of APEC. So she, in her role as Executive Secretary, she supports this work as its advisory body, implementation arm, and custodian of institutional memory for 21 member economies that make up Malaysia, the APEC Forum. So by background, she's a top-level Malaysian civil servant, a trade negotiator, and an academic. She served as Secretary General of the Malaysian Ministry of International Trade and Industry from 2010 to 2016, overseeing the formulation of Malaysian international trade policies. So in the Association of Southeast Asians, a previous role that she played, she chaired the body that drafted the ASEAN Economic Community 2015 Blueprint and the ASEAN Economic Community 2025 Blueprints, two documents which I think are really milestones in the history of ASEAN. So I think you'll agree we have a very talented lineup of speakers. We look forward to hearing from all of them. And in fact, as we've been preparing for this session, we've had quite a few questions coming through the chat. So I'll try to get to as many questions as we can. Oh, I do beg your pardon. I've omitted one very important participant, Mr. Mark Talbot, a senior official from APEC New Zealand. So Mark is sitting there very patiently in Christchurch, and my apologies, Mark, for skipping through as I'm going through my notes here. Mark is a senior official at APEC New Zealand. Formerly, he was the divisional manager of the Australia division, and prior to that, he was the New Zealand High Commissioner to Tonga. So again, a very experienced diplomat. Mark has a Master of Public Administration from the ANZ SOG, Victoria University, and obtained his Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Commerce and Administration also from Victoria University. So we're also looking forward to hearing Mark's perspective on these very important issues at hand. So again, sincere apologies, Mark, but we look forward to hearing from you also. So colleagues, given that introduction, I think what I would like to do is to invite Ms. Sweta Saxena, who has authored many of these reports and spent a lot of time thinking about these issues, to share with her thoughts, I believe through a PowerPoint, to really kickstart some of this discussion before we move to the other speakers. So Shweta, may I hand the floor to you? You're just muted at the minute, Shweta.
Thank you so much, Michael, actually. Thank you so much. Actually, let me just get to my PowerPoint. Let me actually just, okay, so. I think it has a new interface or something. Do I have the right to share slides? Because I'm not able.
If you just hold on a minute, Shweta, I'll get the organizers to see if they can either make you a presenter or maybe present from our side.
Can you see now?
Yes, it's working just fine, Shweta, so please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry for this mess up, actually. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present here, and thanks, Michael, for a very generous introduction. I'll briefly go over the current macroeconomic prospects in the Asia-Pacific region, as well as highlight some of the policies that could help build inclusive, green, and resilient economy. So just to give you a sense, that global growth improved in the first half of this year due to upturns in trade and manufacturing led by this was helped by rollouts and renewed fiscal measures in advanced economies. such strong external demand all for exports and robust manufacturing also helped support growth in Asia and the Pacific, as demand for goods related to electronics, semiconductors, and pandemic-related goods remained solid since 2020. Developing Asia Pacific has rebounded from the worst, with the pace of recovery continuing to pick up amid renewed outbreaks in the first half of 2021. But recovery remains quite uneven due to varying rates of vaccination and degrees of disruption from the Delta virus. Just remember that the strong growth in the very first half is a rebound from a very low base caused by the pandemic restrictions in the preceding year. Economic growth and output levels in most countries are still below pre-pandemic levels and far from pre-crisis trend. Going into the latter half of 2021, the pace of recovery is expected to moderate as the dampening effects of the latest outbreaks will be reflected in the coming quarters. Now we expect developing Asia Pacific to grow at 6.8% in 2021 and 5.1% in 2022. It's a little bit revised up compared to our March forecast because of the better than expected activity in some large economies like China and commodity exporters benefiting from rising fuel and commodity prices, resulting in less severe contraction than in 2020. Growth is expected to hold up in 2021 as strong performance in the first half will meet a more modest pace of recovery in the latter half, supported by external demand and accommodative monetary and fiscal policies and acceleration in vaccinations. Now, further recovery is expected in 2022 as pace of vaccinations pick up, activities resume, borders reopen. However, as is well known with any shock, full recovery back to the old normal may not be possible. Employment recovery is still slow due to off and on outbreaks of the virus. And inflation for developing Asia Pacific is broadly expected to remain within targets in 2021. Recent spikes that have been observed in input costs and from production and supply disruptions, along with the base effects, should be transitory, given the lack of full recovery in consumption and weak labor markets. So far, actually, we expect Asia Pacific to kind of pick up. However, all is not too hunky-dory as threats of the pandemic will linger for longer with lasting impacts. The risk is due to slow and uneven progress in vaccination, as seen by the latest waves of outbreaks. Policymakers should not be overly optimistic given the threat of a new variant, while the protection offered by vaccines against these new strains is still uncertain. Therefore, some form of restrictive measures are still required to contain infection rates. And in this respect, we believe that vaccinations should continue while countries adopt differentiated and flexible strategies to coexist with COVID-19, making their own cost-benefit analysis of lockdowns and adapt to coexist with the virus in a safe and sustainable manner. Similarly, fiscal and monetary policies need to remain supportive as countries extend or even expand the existing measures. Now, there are signs of plateauing of industrial production due to disruptions from new outbreaks, mobility restrictions coupled with supply bottlenecks, and price pressures building in raw material. Headwinds on exports are possible due to higher shipping costs from logistical bottlenecks, rising commodity prices, reduced demand for pandemic response and adaptation-related goods, and also substitution of demand away from goods to services. Lastly, there could also be concerns regarding financial stability due to increases in public debt and financial distress from large fiscal stimulus packages that have been offered, but so far these have been manageable in the region. And also the implications of the forthcoming tapering in the United States for economies with high external debt, capital outflows, and exchange rate pass-through to imports. Now, we believe that this pandemic has given us a chance to rethink our development model. It has exposed inherent vulnerabilities in our economies which have relied too much on boosting short-term economic growth at the expense of long-term sustainability. So going forward, we need a framework that integrates all three aspects of development: economic, social, and environmental. And this entails the transformation of the economic structure to achieve a socially equitable and green development, which would be resilient too. So in this regard, I just wanted to emphasize that even before the pandemic, the region was not doing too well on achieving the 2030 agenda. They were lagging behind on all the 17 goals. And recent available evidence also suggests that the region has not fully incorporated social and environmental issues into the recovery packages. So just examining some of the programs that had been offered recently, we find that most countries' policies are not gender sensitive, as you can see on the left-hand side. And most of the post-pandemic fiscal resources to support energy production and consumption are being channeled to fossil fuel, which is on the right-hand side. So in this respect, we think that the region needs a new development model that transforms it towards inclusive, resilient, and green economies. So we at ESCAP propose a policy package to build forward better, and this package consists of 3 sub-packages. A social services package that enhances access to healthcare and social protection. The digital access package that encourages more ICT investment and more spending on education. And a green development package that invests in energy access and efficiency, climate resilient infrastructure, and biodiversity preservation. It also suggests cancelling fuel subsidies and introducing a carbon tax. And in this entire framework, we analyze 2 spending levels. One is the ambitious one, which means you spend as much as it takes to get to the 2030 agenda, achieve all the 17 goals, something we estimated in our 2019 survey, Ambitions Beyond Growth, and the business as usual spending level, which requires a certain portion of this ambitious level. It is based on each country's past trend of financial resources. To give you a sense, the business as usual spending is about 40% of the ambitious spending. Now, all this building forward better package bring multiple social, economic, and environmental benefits because it's going to reduce the number of poor, as you can see on the top left. This is for Southeast Asia I'm showing. And similar results can be seen for the entire region and other sub-regions as well. So it'll decrease the number of poor by 18 million, top left, as you can see, and this is under the ambitious scenario. So look at the black lines. It'll reduce inequality as measured by Gini coefficient on the top right, reduce carbon emissions by about 30% in the long run, bottom left, and increase the potential output by 10%, which you can see in the bottom right. The impact, while positive, is much smaller, of course, with the business as usual scenario. For example, if you look at the top left, the reduction in number of poor is 8 million compared to 18 million under the ambitious scenario. So, the more spending we do, the better it's going to be. While such socioeconomic gains are important for a resilient recovery, of course, this policy package will increase public debt because of the increase in government spending to fight the pandemic and also to finance this building forward better package. Nevertheless, the fiscal costs are still manageable because debt levels remain within the safe range. And in our 2021 survey, we actually propose a lot of financing options that countries could look into to fund such increases in debt. So here, the pandemic has taught us the importance of inclusive, green, and resilient economies. And to build such economies, we need to ensure that governments continue fiscal and financial support for the poorest and most vulnerable, promote targeted support such as employment incentives and facilitation of job search to speed up employment recovery, and provide social protection to moderate poverty. Resilience requires promoting digital transformation, economic diversification, and preparing for shifts in global value chains. And lastly, environmental justice would require long-term sustainability to be embedded into COVID-19 policy responses, as well as into business investment processes and analyses. Green public investment, including in clean energy and climate resilient infrastructure, should be accelerated. Thank you so much for listening. I'll stop here and I'll hand the floor back to Michael. Michael, over to you.
Thanks, Shweta. That was very brief, but yet very detailed. You packed a lot of information in there, so certainly well done. And I know that you've been doing so much work in this area, so it's great to hear from you directly and hear some of your analysis. I suppose at the start of the pandemic, you never imagined that you would be involved in this line of work so much, but I think you pulled together a very impressive summary of some of the research that you've done over the last 18 months and more. So, colleagues, what I would like to do is to keep going through our list of speakers. We do have a number of burning questions, which we will get to at the end after hearing from all the speakers, but I'd like to warmly welcome Mr. Jacob to the forum. I know that you have significant experience in diplomatic service of Malaysia, but also in ASEAN. And in preparing for this session, we've come up with several discussion points, and maybe it's useful just to sort of flag these discussion points now. I don't expect you to answer all of them because they're very extensive, but maybe to bite off the pieces of this that you think are doable. So we're talking in this session about how APEC's priorities have evolved over the years in response to the changing nature of trade and investment, covering things such as sustainable, inclusive growth, environmental issues. We also want to talk a bit about the complementarities between the APEC Putrajaya Vision 2040 and the SDGs, and also touch upon COVID, because COVID recovery is on everybody's lips. We're all talking about how do we recover from COVID in an inclusive, sustainable manner. So how do we align the APEC 2021 priorities along with the SDGs and COVID recovery? We heard from the Foreign Minister of Thailand about the biocircular green economy. This is also an area of interest. I think our colleagues from Thailand will touch upon this. And also we are interested to hear for recommendations for synergies and collaboration between APEC and ESCAP, particularly in the context of post-COVID-19 recovery. So I apologize, that's a very long list, Mr. Jakob, but we'd be delighted to hear your perspectives, and I'd like to give the floor to you.
Thank you, Michael, for the kind introduction and a long list of discussion points for our discussion today. I believe that my task is on the complementarities between the APEC Vision 2040 and the SDGs. And firstly, my gratitude to ESCAP and MFA Thailand for inviting me to share on the aspiration behind APEC Vision 2040 adopted by the leaders last year, as well as finding the possible complementarities and synergies between this momentous APEC document with the SDGs. I believe this is my main job today. Anyway, it feels good to be back here and see many familiar faces as speakers together with me today. So what I will do is to share in a nutshell about the Putrajaya vision, and then I will try to map the vision with SDG goals, all the 17 goals. Okay, next please. Okay, APEC, since its inception back in 1989, one of the key objectives is to establish a path for greater economic integration in the region. So this has led to the birth of the BOGO goals in 1994, where APEC leaders back then committed to achieve free and open trade and investment by 2010 for developed economies and by 2020 for developing economies. So throughout this period, we witnessed that the region's GDP grew at an annual rate of 4.4% throughout the 26 years, from $16.1 trillion to $47.4 trillion today. So this economic growth has led to rising average incomes, contributing to vast reductions in poverty and expanding the middle class and the rise in living standards. So it is now easier to conduct business in the region through the various trade facilitation measures and initiatives. However, challenges remain, especially in the areas of inequality, environmental degradation, and barriers to trade. So recognizing the importance of addressing these issues moving forward, APEC has come together in coming up with a new vision beyond 2020 that is more holistic and versatile. So that is where APEC Vision 2040 was launched to succeed the BOGO goals in 1994. So now, the work on this new aspiration commenced back in 2016. Malaysia, as the host in 2020 last year, we were entrusted with the huge task of formulating the vision. So together with other 20 APEC economies, of course. So I must say that the success was made possible through the strong camaraderie and unwavering commitment demonstrated by all 21 member economies. So there's no denying that the process was very challenging for me, considering the virtual format. It's not just the process, but striking a balance to find the convergence on the various must-have and red lines by economies. It was a big challenge for me as the chair. So in essence, the Putrajaya vision is divided into several components, starting with the overarching vision. Our vision is an open, dynamic, resilient, and peaceful Asia-Pacific community by 2040 for the prosperity of all our people and future generations. This is here. Okay. So this overarching line highlights Asia-Pacific community as the main agenda for APEC moving forward. So this is a bit different from the former BOGO goals in 1994, as the BOGO goals had only trade and investment as the prime objective. So from this one-liner, it is apparent that this vision encompasses many areas that go beyond the traditional trade and investment. So broadly, the vision is supported by three drivers, namely trade and investment, innovation and digitalization, and lastly, strong, balanced, secure, sustainable, and inclusive growth. So under each driver, there are elements that prescribe to support them, and this will be covered in my following slides. So additionally, we also need a properly structured process and appropriate review mechanisms for timely delivery of the vision, and this forms the last paragraph of this vision. Now, let's now move to the three drivers. So I will try to explain in brief the general architecture of the vision. So beginning with the trade investment as the first driver of the Putrajaya vision. So this driver will continue to be the core in driving APEC as the premier economic forum in the Asia-Pacific region. So under this driver, APEC will continue working to deliver a free, open, fair, non-discriminatory, transparent, and predictable trade and investment environment. So in doing so, APEC will continue focusing on supporting a well-functioning multilateral trading system, continue working on the free trade area of Asia-Pacific, and promote seamless connectivity, resilient supply chain, and responsible business conduct. Now, under the innovation and digitalization driver, it prepares APEC to adapt to the future by ensuring that all APEC works remains relevant, current, and versatile. So under this driver, APEC aspire to empower the people and businesses to participate and grow in the interconnected global economy. So in a sense, APEC will be focusing under this driver on creating an enabling environment that is supported by digital economy and innovation, pursue structural reforms, strengthen digital infrastructure, accelerate digital transformation, narrowing the digital divide, cooperate in facilitating the flow of data, and strengthening consumer and business trust in digital transactions. Now, the last driver is centered on promoting a strong, balanced, secure, sustainable, and inclusive growth. So to me, this focus will now broaden the scope of APEC beyond the traditional trade and investment sphere, which is natural as the world evolves, as we progress to the future. So under this driver, the ultimate goal is to ensure the region is resilient to shocks, crises, pandemics, and other emergencies by fostering quality growth that bring palpable benefits and greater well-being to all, including MSMEs, women, and others with untapped economic potential. So for this to be realized, APEC will focus on intensifying human resource development, economic and technical cooperation, as well as promoting economic policies, cooperation, and growth to address all environmental challenges, including climate change, extreme weather, and natural disasters, for a sustainable planet. So now, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see from my earlier explanation, brief explanation of the APEC Putrajaya Vision 2040, it does not run far from the general framework of the SDGs, or the global goals of universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that by 2020, all people will enjoy peace and prosperity. Similarly, our aspiration 20 years down the road under this vision is to achieve the prosperity of the region. So ideology and principles are almost alike. So the connection between the SDGs and APEC is not something unfamiliar. So in the past, APEC ministers have called for supporting efforts, supporting all the efforts in the work undertaken in realizing the SDGs. So to me, it is not a surprise that the vision itself would complement and contribute to the SDG objective directly or indirectly. So in each of the drivers, we can see that linkages and complementarities do exist, if not all, by some of the 17 SDGs. So based on our initial mapping, as per the slide, we could see that the potential overlapping areas that could be explored further, and so there are many areas. So it is worth noting that development must balance between social, economic, and environmental sustainability. So in this system, there are some SDGs that would fall into all three drivers, such as goals number 1, 2, 8, 9, 13, and 17, while some other SDGs complement one or two particular drivers under the vision, vice versa. So it is not surprising that under the strong, balanced, secure, sustainable, and inclusive growth under the vision being the widest driver among the three in some way or another that can be mapped to all 17 SDGs. So in my mapping that I did last night, this is followed by trade and investment, with 10, and innovation and digitalization drivers with 8 SDGs respectively, based on my mapping. So let me share how this complementary exists between the vision and SDG. So under driver 1, for example, the vision is focused on trade and investment, where APEC aspires towards a predictable and open and free trade investment environment. So of course, investment helps per economy and contribute to the development of an economy, availing employment, which then allows the society to alleviate from poverty. Does the spillover effect of this also contribute to the target set under SDG 1 that aims to eradicate poverty, enabling equal access to wealth, among others? So, for example, APEC economists back in 1989 had nearly 60% of the population living in poverty. However, in 2018, those living in poverty was significantly reduced to 8.3%. So while I can say that it can be deduced that the BOGO goals have helped to aspire such reforms in each economy, I do believe that APEC Putrajaya Vision 2040 would have similar desired effect, which complement the SDG. So to me, trade investment is not just linked to SDG 1, but I believe this driver also complements other SDGs, SDG 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 16, and 17. Now, APEC Putrajaya Vision also aspires for the ability for all to participate and grow in an interconnected world by fostering an enabling environment through innovation and digitalization under the driver 2 of the vision. So from this, it is clear that the vision complements the effort by the SDG, such as SDG 9, which addresses the infrastructure as well as the access to information and communication technology, as well as supporting technological development and innovation. So similarly, the targets under SDG 9 aspires for the narrowing of the digital gap, so which we at APEC do acknowledge that the existing gaps between us. So I'm sure that all of us can agree that the pandemic has also demonstrated the importance of innovation and digitalization for businesses and global trade to survive. So from this, I can deduce that this pillar can complement the SDGs, namely SDG 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, and 17. Now, on the last driver, so as I mentioned earlier, it is my view that this third driver will have the widest impact on the SDG. So I must say, inclusiveness, as mentioned by the previous speaker just now, is the key word for in this driver, which the vision aspires for the well-being of the society, ensuring that no one is left behind in any aspect of development in the region. So this complements the SDG that aims to create a decent economic growth, which will result in the eradication of poverty and also address the inequality. So I can see that now APEC region has seen a large number of MSMEs. So this driver would undeniably contribute to improving the quality of life of all segments of society, which corresponds to the goals of all 17 SDGs. So now, this driver, among others, also focus on how the region can assume its role to support the environmental issues. APEC, I believe, would undertake initiatives to facilitate the efforts by other forums to address the environmental issues as well as the climate change. So it is apparent that there are various goals set up under the SDG to ensure a sustainability and healthy future which will benefit the people. So specifically, we can associate climate and environmental mitigation with the likes of the SDG 13, combating climate change, as well as SDG 7, to have an affordable and clean energy. So these are among the few examples that I can demonstrate today on how each of the sub-elements in the vision can play a crucial role towards achieving the SDG. So, and finally, ladies and gentlemen, for the implementation plan of the Putrajaya Vision, which I believe is being developed by my New Zealand colleagues as the host of APEC 2021, so I understand that the discussion is going well under the able leadership of New Zealand, and hopefully this IP will be delivered timely for the APEC leaders to adopt this November. The reason why I touch a bit on this implementation plan is that because this will be the very important plan, very important document to be launched by APEC this year, because it will lay out the more in detail specific work and areas to achieve the vision. So I believe the mapping exercise that I just did just now would help in trying to provide a more specific link for APEC colleagues, which we can later study, of course, to see in greater details what are the complementarities and synergies between the vision and the SDGs upon the adoption of the implementation plan. So this is very, very important document under New Zealand's stewardship, which we can see clearly in detail what would be the specific and detailed plan that we can map between the work under Putrajaya Vision as well as the SDG work at UM. So I hope with that, with my brief sharing today, would give us some insights on how we can collaborate to tap between the APEC Putrajaya Vision 2040 and the SDGs. So I'm sure through this joint effort between ESCAP and APEC, we could further streamline all our works for more fruitful, effective, and productive outcomes as we move forward in the coming years. Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jacob. You've done a very admirable job in spelling out these complex issues for us and making it very clear in a very short space of time about the alignment of the Putrajaya Vision and the SDGs. So I'm sure we'll come back to you with some questions towards the end of the session. So next I would like to invite Mr. Mark Talbot, a senior official from APEC New Zealand, to join the forum. Mark, I know that you and your colleagues in New Zealand doubtless have been figuring out many of these issues from your end, and we know that in New Zealand, you know, despite being a small country, you have a very big footprint on the world stage. So given the issues that we've been discussing about COVID-19 recovery, about the alignment of APEC's agenda with the SDGs, we'd love to hear from you with your perspectives on this issue. So the floor is yours, Mark.
Oh, thank you, Michael, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. And can I congratulate Shweta on what was a really insightful presentation of the economic challenges in the region. And Hyrule, great to see you, Hyrule, because you've always done your homework so well, and you're going to create a real problem for Churchai and Tantri, Dr. Rebecca and I to follow on behind that masterclass. Michael, I thought what I might do is just speak very, very briefly, not about New Zealand's priorities for APEC in 2021, but perhaps about our reflections on the priorities that we heard from APEC leaders when they gathered for an extraordinary summit on the 16th of July, just a few weeks ago. They came together, and it was the first time in APEC's history that they had an extraordinary summit outside of the usual November meeting. And it was a really useful event from the point of view of New Zealand, because it was an opportunity for all of our leaders to come together and discuss and share the very real challenges that they are facing as they move through the pandemic. And it really brought home for us the issues that matter the most for them. And I think I would highlight three sets of issues which actually tightly align both with your agenda today and the Sustainable Development Goals, and with the Putrajaya Vision, which Hyrule has just outlined. And really, it was, first of all, the trade and economic piece around recovery from the COVID-19 crisis. Secondly, how we build back better from the COVID crisis, to steal the title of this session. And thirdly, how we go about investing in institutions, how we support the institutions like APEC and like the United Nations. Just very quickly to dwell on each of those in turn, what struck us here in New Zealand about the discussion amongst leaders on COVID-19 really was that every single leader around that table was prioritising their national vaccination program. And that this was the number one priority, understandably. The only way in which we are going to be able to normalise our economies and our societies is by getting all of our people vaccinated. And that was a real laser-like focus for our leaders. How can we support one another to vaccinate our people as quickly as possible? Because, of course, nobody is safe until everybody is safe, as we've seen with the variants of the COVID virus. You know, it shifts shape and it changes and presents new threats even once people are vaccinated. So that was their number one priority, followed very quickly by how do we resume travel amongst APEC economies here in this region, but also more broadly, which of course is a very, very challenging issue, but so important in terms of our economic recovery, because I think the APEC Secretariat has calculated that there was $1.2 trillion in lost economic output last year as a result of the blockages at the border. The next big issue that came through from under the sort of COVID-19 cluster from our leaders really was how we sustain our economies through the worst of the crisis and then prepare them to take off after the crisis. And that was really about the discussion our finance ministers can have and our finance colleagues from treasuries around the region about some of the issues that Shweta was talking about. How do we sustain our enterprises and economies and our workers through the crisis, but in a way that they are positioned to take off at the end of the crisis, so that we don't end up with zombie firms and people who are sort of unable to return successfully to the workforce. And that really played back into the discussion that structural reform ministers had earlier this year in APEC on how it is that we can position all our economies for a takeoff after the worst impacts of the pandemic are felt through the microeconomic reforms that are going to set us up for a productive and dynamic period of growth. And then the final issue that leaders were very focused on during their summit in July was really the importance of sustaining open markets, the importance of keeping our markets open to one another to enable our economies to continue to trade, both so that we have the opportunity to grow our export opportunities, but also, and most strikingly from a New Zealand point of view, the importance of accessing from one another the things that we don't make ourselves. And vaccines was absolutely the number one issue here. You know, New Zealand doesn't manufacture vaccines or any of the component parts, and we need that supply chain working very effectively. Second big theme coming through from our leaders really was, and only one of them said Build Back Better, I think, but it was really a broad theme around how we prepare our people, our societies and our environments for the period beyond the pandemic. And this was about three aspects. First of all, digitalisation, secondly, sustainability, and finally, inclusion. And on the digitalisation front, a very clear message from leaders that COVID-19 has accelerated the pre-existing trends that we already knew about around the digitalisation of our workforces, the way in which we do business, the automation of many areas, including but not limited to manufacturing. And this was really, I think, about a plea from leaders to focus in APEC and elsewhere on the kinds of changes that we need to be preparing ourselves for in terms of the digitalisation and the servicification of our societies through the skills that our people have, the regulatory settings that we have to enable all of our people to succeed in that environment, and of course the enabling functions in our trading economies to allow digital trade to occur. Secondly, on sustainability, a really strong theme, and I was pleased to hear your Deputy Prime Minister Churchai talking about this, a really strong emphasis on the second C, the crisis that is lying out there beyond the immediate focus of COVID-19 around climate change. And what struck us was that so many of the leaders around that table on the 16th of July had committed to their economies being zero carbon by the middle of the century, by 2050 or 2060. And the massive changes, the structural changes that will be required to all of our economies and how we can support each other in going on that journey was a real theme coming through. And this was about some of the practical things that APEC can do, sharing experiences around the structural reforms that are necessary, but also some of the harder challenges that we can support one another on. I was really struck, Shweta, when you said that 50% of our subsidies to energy through the pandemic have been to fossil fuels, because this is a real problem that we continue, all of us, to subsidise the very sector that is making the biggest contribution to our emissions challenges. And so in APEC, we are talking right now about, at the very least, by the end of the year, committing to one another that we will not further increase our subsidies to fossil fuels, and that we will be transparent about our subsidies to fossil fuels so that we can go on the journey together in terms of reducing those subsidies. The final sort of theme under this Build Back Better sort of category really was inclusive growth. And there was such a strong message from leaders that groups in our economies have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic. It so happens that on Friday, ministers of women's affairs from around the APEC region came together to face the real challenges that women have faced through the pandemic. And Shweta again highlighted with her data some of the real economic impacts, but also the societal impacts in terms of women so often having to bear the burden of responsibility at home to help their families through the pandemic, and the implications that has had for their attachment to the workforce. How can we together address these issues? And, you know, APEC has a lot of work and train on this that I won't dwell on here. But it wasn't just women, it was also other groups, small and medium enterprises, our Indigenous communities, which have really been quite disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, and other groups like the elderly and disabled. Finally, Michael, and then I'll shut up because I know you've got other panellists, but a real theme as well from our APEC leaders about investing in institutions, investing in coming together in places like APEC through ESCAP and other institutions in our region to solve global problems. We cannot solve these big transboundary problems on our own, COVID-19, climate, etc. We need to do it together. And there, as Hyrule has so articulately outlined, we have been gifted the Putrajaya Vision 2040, which really takes a whole of society and a whole of kind of, ecosystem approach to our future in APEC, moving us beyond where we were with the Bogle goals. And Hyrule has gifted New Zealand, thank you Hyrule, the challenge of working out how to implement the Putrajaya Vision. And we are getting closer and closer to agreement on a plan that will implement it. And I won't dwell on it too long, but I just would like to say a couple of things about it. First of all, it's partly about what we do together inside APEC, and we have a plan in APEC that is very nearly ready to be referred to our leaders about what we do inside APEC. But just as important is what we do in our home economies to realise those goals. And that is about taking what we talk about in APEC and putting it into action at home. And this is where the implementation plan is so important, because it provides us the opportunity to test every few years how we're going collectively on achieving some of those goals, and also to tell the story to one another about what we're doing individually to contribute to achievement of the Putrajaya Vision by 2040. So I'm really looking forward to when our leaders meet in November and hopefully, touch wood, agree this new implementation plan to unveil to the world and to hand to Church High to take forward into 2022. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much, Mark. A very interesting account from you, and I think you very skillfully stepped us through some very important issues there, kind of reflecting back on this meeting in July of APEC. And I think if there ever was an issue that required regional cooperation and global cooperation, it's COVID. And it's very heartening to hear the sophistication of the dialogue and the level of planning that's happening at APEC for this post-COVID-19 recovery. And I get the sense that the APEC economies are like a coiled spring. They're just waiting to spring back after this crisis has waned, once the vaccination rates are up. And really interesting to hear about some of the specific focus areas you have about digitalization, automation, the focus on sustainability, zero carbon. These are all very encouraging trends. So we will again come back with questions at the end, but I'd like to keep going through our list of speakers. And the next speaker I would like to warmly invite is Mr. Chai Vaivid, the Director General of International Economic Affairs, APEC, Som Thailand. So, Mr. Chaiwai, I guess we heard from His Excellency, the Foreign Minister and Deputy Prime Minister of Thailand, gave us a little bit of a teaser of some of the thinking and the work in Thailand. We're very interested to hear from you to foreshadow the priorities for APEC 2022 and to learn a little bit more about the biocircular green economy. So please feel free to delve into as many of these issues as you can in the time available, but the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Michael. We are so delighted to have had the privilege to work with the United Nations in organizing this very important conversation, and my sincere thanks to Ms. Saxena for her excellent presentation. I'm most delighted to see my friends Hyrule, Mark, and later we'll hear from Tantri Rebecca, who has worked closely with us throughout the past few years. With just over 6 weeks to go before New Zealand hands over the host responsibility to us, this meeting, this conversation is extremely timely for us in gearing towards our preparation for 2022. Indeed, before I move on and outline some of the priorities that we have been working on for 2022, let me start by re-emphasizing the importance of the sustainability development agenda under the context of APEC, and the points of which basically complement what my dear friend Hyrule just mentioned a few minutes earlier. We all know that APEC is all about trade and investment, but if we just go back to Blake Island in 1993, it's all clear that the concept of sustainability was highlighted by our leaders. The mandate was clear for us, for APEC economies, to work on sustainable development to ensure a more secure future of the people in the region. That we see was the starting point, which has integrated the concept of sustainability development into the mainstream APEC agenda over the years, from Bogo goals up until the very recently concluded Putrajaya Vision. When we hosted APEC for the first time, when Thailand hosted the APEC for the first time in 2003, the sustainability inclusivity agenda was firmly highlighted within the APEC framework, and ever since, up until the Putrajaya Vision year 2020, now implementation plan that we are working under the very able leadership of New Zealand in 2021, sustainability, inclusivity have all been featured in our conversation throughout the years. And to this day, APEC's vision and many of its work, many of our work, complement and align with the Sustainable Development Goals. As Hyrule kindly pointed out, the Putrajaya Vision 2040 highlights this strong, balanced, secure, sustainable, inclusive growth as one of the main drivers. This focuses on issues such as health and well-being, inclusion, environmental challenges, including climate change, extreme weather, natural disasters. And when you look at specific work by APEC fora over the years, there are things that greatly align with SDGs. For instance, we are driving APEC Last Arena Roadmap for Women and Inclusive Growth, which of course seeks to promote gender equality and economic empowerment of women. And this is of course chaired by SDG 5 to ensure gender equality. That's one instance. Secondly, food security. We have adopted food security roadmap towards 2030, and that is firmly in line with SDG 2 to complement, to ensure zero hunger. Thirdly, renewable energy and reduction of energy intensity. That is our core work of APEC, and it is complementing SDG 7 on affordable and clean energy, so on and so forth. So those are the instances that reflect to us that APEC and SDGs are part of the whole conversation in moving trade and investment forward. And of course, 2022 under Thailand host year will build on this work and others to complement and reinforce the implementation of SDGs in the Asia Pacific region. Now we heard from my Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Don at the outset of this conversation. Let me just revisit some of the core elements of his remarks. Domestically, Thailand adopted the BCG economy as our national agenda. And indeed, our post-pandemic national recovery strategy, as Khun Don emphasized, the core of this BCG economy is the balance of all things. It aims to create a paradigm shift and rally each and everyone to shift their mindset and behavior towards balance and sustainability for the post-COVID-19 recovery world. And we heard from my Prime Minister who spoke at the UN General Assembly the day before, that this will complement and reinforce our efforts in implementing the UN Sustainable Development Goals. As we developed theme and priorities for APEC Thailand 2022, we took the BCG economy as our key driving engine, and it's going to become what we call an overarching concept of our host year 2022. Under this concept, indeed, as you can see from the screen, we aim to make APEC open to all opportunities, connect in all dimensions, and balance in all aspects. That is basically our overarching kind of thought in prioritizing what we want to do in 2022. When you look back from the outset of COVID-19, we have heard speakers mentioned about COVID-19 recovery earlier. So if you look at how COVID-19 has affected economies in the past few years, you look at the tremendous efforts that our successive hosts from Malaysia to New Zealand and then on to, of course, Thailand have put in addressing how to deal with COVID-19. We see ourselves, Thailand, as part of this trilogy process. Malaysia host year was hit hard by the speed and effect of COVID-19, and our host Malaysia did extremely well in terms of pulling all economies together and work towards what we have already concluded, this Putrajaya Vision 2040. In 2021, we have seen a different phase of COVID-19. We have seen the tremendous progress of vaccination being rolled out throughout the regions, and this is, for us, is the second phase of this trilogy. And now with 2022 is just around the corner, we hopefully we are seeing a kind of an exit year from this COVID pandemic situation. Of course, as my Prime Minister has put it on a few occasions, that COVID-19 is not going to go away. We need to get out of our comfort zone, get out of our bunker, and deal with it, to live with it. We hope that 2022 will serve as an important cornerstone for economies, for the rest of the regions to get out of our bunker and to reconnect and to move things forward again. And hopefully Thailand as host economy will be able to be useful in this recovery process. But as Ms. Saxena mentioned in her presentation, we are cautiously indeed optimistic. We are cautiously moving towards making sure that 2022 will be a safe exit for all economies as far as COVID-19 is concerned. On our priorities, we are working on a few priorities in the coming years through the lens of sustainable development goals. There are three priorities that we are looking at. We want to make sure that APEC will be able, of course, to build from our existing work with a new way of thinking, a paradigm shift, perhaps as mentioned by my Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, not less than on a few occasions. How to BCG, priorities, how to BCG trade and investment, how to BCG digitalization, how to BCG, of course, inclusive and sustainable growth. As I said, we are working on a couple of things, three priorities. In fact, as you can see from the screen, first of all, facilitating trade and investment, open trade and investment as stipulated in the Putrajaya Vision, Under this priority, we of course focus will have a big focus on financial inclusion, greater ease of doing business, creating an enabling environment. As far as trade investment is concerned, as far as the lens of SDGs will play its part in doing all this open trade and investment, and more importantly, to advance APEC regional economic integration, which is the bread and butter of APEC. We aim to initiate a refreshed conversation on the realization of the free trade area of Asia Pacific, or FTAP, as we call it. Indeed, through the post-COVID-19 lens, indeed through the SDGs lens. The thought that we have at this point in time that we are going to share with our economies. FTAP should also embrace new emerging trade issues such as e-commerce, digital economy, while enhancing capacity building for all economies. So this will be the first package. First, BCGs, SDGs driven kind of trade and investment package. Second priority, we are aware, we share some concern by all economies that the regions have been hit really hard by COVID-19. We have been disconnected for the past, 21, 22 months because of the COVID-19. We are losing trillions of US dollars from the ailing tourism and service industry. So our second focus will be built around a question of how APEC can help reconnecting the region. But first, we need to start with reconnecting ourselves first. A classic question: how can we safely open the borders? So that would give a huge focus on travel, tourism, to support economic recovery. And the most urgent task will be how to resume safe and seamless cross-border travel. We hope to work towards harmonizing a travel protocol for vaccinated travelers in order to facilitate and stimulate travel in the APEC region. And of course, we need to leverage digital solutions to help accelerate connectivity in the region, perhaps starting with mutual recognition of vaccination certificates, conversation of which is ongoing among APEC economies with the leadership of New Zealand. We are moving on a very good pace in identifying strengths and weaknesses going forward, and I'm delighted and excited to be part of this very useful conversation. And we want to be impactful when Thailand takes the APEC host the responsibility in 6 weeks' time. In addition, we also aim to enhance and kind of revitalize long-term post-COVID business mobility in APEC in a more inclusive manner. We plan to build on the successful APEC business travel card system and expand it to include larger number of businesses and professional travelers. So that is a kind of a second package that we are working on, and soon delighted to share our thoughts with our respective economies. And lastly, our third priority is to promote inclusive and sustainable growth. This would give us a good space to talk about the bio-circular and green agenda. We will explore the concept of BCG economy and how it can contribute to help APEC prioritize addressing climate change and other environmental challenges in tandem with promoting robust and indeed resilient economic growth. And at the same time, it has to ensure a whole of society participation and delivering equitable benefits to all people across the region. And moreover, given the critical role of the private sector in APEC, we will focus on advancing the concept of responsible business conduct, which indeed features in the APEC Putrajaya Vision 2040, and promoting sustainable practices among the business community. So that is the a kind of a broad concept that we are moving towards 2022. As I said, it's just over 6 weeks to go, and we are extremely excited to be playing a role in moving the APEC agenda forward through this sustainability development goals. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chaivavidit. It is really great to hear from you on these topics. And, you know, as the baton is being passed from New Zealand to Thailand, it's doing so at a very difficult time for the region and the world. And I think we have a lot of confidence in Thailand's leadership for the coming year. But I think also in the face of all these challenges, there will be opportunities. And thank you for pointing out many of those opportunities. It was really good to hear how you focused not just on the short-term immediate crisis-related issues, but also extrapolating that into the longer-term issues, the fact that we can't lose sight of the sustainability agenda. Moreover, it's a question of how we bring these two agendas together, the recovery from the crisis with the continued pathway towards long-term sustainability. Really interesting to hear about the BCG. I think this is a terminology which will become more and more utilized because you know, as a species, we can't continue with the current paradigm. And I think you pointed to the need to shift to this paradigm. Everybody will have to be on this pathway at some point. And I think the early movers perhaps will find themselves in a very interesting space in a couple of years' time. So thank you again. Colleagues, I would like to invite the final speaker, who I think we're in for a real treat because Ms. Rebecca Fatima Maria, she's the executive director of the APEC Secretariat. So she is in the pilot seat of all of the things that we've been discussing. Ms. Maria, I think the table in many ways has been set with a lot of issues. So maybe it's a difficult task for you to come in at the end and add your stamp on all of these things. But I'm sure with your experience and your perspective, you have many more interesting things to share with us. So I'd like to pass the floor to you.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you to all the folks who came before me. I also want to thank MOFA Thailand for this opportunity and for putting together this forum. Let me also thank Sweta. I thought you set the scene for us. You know, yes, some bright, you know, some bright lights out there, but there's also a lot of things that we need to be mindful of as we plan and as we look to going forward. Hi Rail for doing that wonderful job on the big picture, connecting what we have you know, for ourselves as our ambition, our vision for APEC with the SDGs. That mapping was superb and very well done, I must say. It left very little for me to say. And then there's Mark, who really filled us in on what the leaders had to say, and Chechai and what to expect next year. BCG, I think you better quickly get a trademark on that, because otherwise Boston Consulting Group will come after you for doing that. So let me just very quickly try and do, I want to do three things. I know a lot of big picture stuff and information has been provided to us. I want to go down to a little bit more granular, and why I want to do that is, often people say that, we international organizations like APEC, we're talk shops. But I want to bring it down to some real things, some real examples. I want to do that at a granular level. What do you mean by sustainability and inclusive growth? All right, and what have we done in APEC to do that, to achieve that? Then I also want to talk about some of the imperatives that we've put in place for us going forward. And finally, very briefly on what can international organizations do more of, right? So yes, I know that both Mark and Chachai made references to the leader's statement at Blake Island. Let me just give you that quote, because I think it's a very important quote and we must remember this. This was the first economic leaders meeting, and there they set out, interestingly, the economic vision. So they said, this is November 1993. Way before SDG was de rigueur, I must say, so I'm very proud of the fact that we were there from the get-go. Our environment is improved as we protect the quality of our air, water, green spaces, and manage our energy resources and renewable resources to ensure sustainable growth and provide a more secure future for our people. I mean, this was in 1993, before there was all this push towards SDGs, ESGs for corporations, so that I really think that the leaders set the stage, and throughout the years, the leaders have continued to reiterate the need for the region to pay attention to sustainable development and likewise inclusive growth. So sustainable and inclusive development is an integral part of the APEC DNA. So for us, when you look at what's been happening during COVID really put a finer lens on what we all need to do to deal with inclusive growth as well as sustainability. Let me just, as I said, give you some granular examples of what we mean when we talk about inclusive growth, for example. Women's empowerment. I think Mark made a reference to this. We currently approximately 600 million women work in the Asia Pacific labor force, and over 60% are engaged in the formal sector, which means you've got a significant portion in the informal sector. So that engagement is necessary. APEC members recognize that the full potential of women's contribution to the Asia Pacific remains untapped. The Policy Partnership on Women and the Economy was established in 2011 to advance the economic integration of women in the APEC region. So the PPWE works to address the 5 pillars of impact that impact women's economic empowerment, including access to capital, access to market, skills and capacity, women's leadership and agency, specifically focusing on ensuring the voice of women is heard. And for that voice, you need to have more women in leadership positions to bring that level of awareness. And of course, innovation and technology. 2019, under Chile's year, we had the roadmap for the last arena roadmap for women and inclusive growth. Here, you can have a roadmap, you can have a blueprint, but it's very important that you track the implementation of this. So in the case of the last arena roadmap, and the implementation plan, the APEC Secretariat's Policy Support Unit monitors member economies' implementation of the roadmap through what we call the Women and the Economy dashboard. We have some 95 indicators that help to track where we are, whether it's the laws that have been implemented, whether there are laws that are discriminating against women, whether it's women's access to capital, to education, all these things. And so this dashboard is then presented to the ministers when they meet. So this year, just a couple of days ago, I presented the findings of that dashboard to the ministers. So it's important because, as they say, what gets measured gets done. And while we do not go through a process of naming and shaming, we do put the information out there so that policymakers, women, and ministers realize that, yeah, we've come a long way. but gosh, we've got a long way to go, you know. And I remember sharing, I started my presentation with a sharing of the photograph of the leaders in 1993, the APEC economic leaders in 1993, and then another picture of them in 2021, the July picture. And you know, 1993, forget it, there were no women in that group of leaders. 2021, we had in that picture 2 women leaders and 1 woman minister representing the economy. So, you know, we've got so much to do. We've got a long way to go. So that is just my spiel on women. Huh? I think I had to put that in. And to be sure, this is the other thing that I feel very strongly about. Trade and investment policies are not gender neutral. You know, we think they are, but they're not. In our work on trade facilitation, structural reform, we ask that there be a focus on how rules and regulations impact women, whether it's access to capital, finance, as well as skills development. One thing that the dashboard, we found in the dashboard was, one of the concerns was, it was a challenge because we had problems accessing data. So sex disaggregated data is important. So, you know, we need to ensure that this happens. And at the UN, I think you guys you're in a better position to ensure this. The other aspect of inclusive growth is small businesses. Here again, we have a very strong emphasis on MSMEs to ensure that they benefit from the initiatives undertaken in APEC. The task is undertaken by the SME working group. So we do have structures in place for this. So for the SMEs, there's a specific one, the APEC strategy for green, sustainable, and innovative MSMEs to encourage member economies to create an enabling environment for MSMEs. And this is specific to the tourism sectors. I did say I wanted to be granular. So this one is specific for the tourism sector to engage in activities that will contribute towards achieving green and sustainable tourism. So, and in addition, there is the capacity building and technical cooperation projects to support this. Again, you know, I mean, you can have all these work plans, you know, but if you do not prepare folks to take advantage of this, you do not provide them the skills to take advantage of this, you don't have the ecosystem to facilitate this, then it comes to naught. And here's the strength of APEC in that. Now, there's another initiative which is really member-driven. This is inclusivity through digitalization. We have the APEC Digital Opportunity Center. This was established in 2004 to provide computer skills training to vulnerable rural and urban communities. So this is another of very concrete you know, initiatives that we have. Another one that's close to my heart is engaging the youth. APEC Voices of the Future. This was founded in 1998 when Malaysia was in the chair of APEC then. And it has grown to become an important platform for youth leaders from the Asia-Pacific region, you know, and to make sure that we bring them in and to encourage the participation of youth, we have at least 3 initiatives. One is the APEC Gig Economy Challenge. This is, you know, to see how we can get solutions to improve financial health of the gig workers. So involving them. The APEC App Challenge, we encourage software developers and designers to create applications that can help small businesses. This year, the focus was on facilitating safe travel. So interesting to get the perspective from the young. And then we have also the APEC Prize for Innovation, Research and Education, or ASPIRE, which recognizes the work of young researchers who pursue sustainable economic growth. So that's for the engaging of the youth. On sustainable development, I must highlight 3 things. One is the roadmap on combating illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. This is to better monitor and trace of fishing-related vessels, including refrigerated transport vessels, that can help us rein in illegal activity. The other is the roadmap on marine debris. Here is to encourage economies to take voluntary, concrete steps while considering their respective internal circumstances. You know, recognizing further that marine debris is a global and multidisciplinary challenge. So we need to work together to address that. And the third one is on agriculture. I think APEC members have exchanged best practices on minimizing losses and waste in post-harvest handling and processing. I think over the years, this is becoming increasingly important. And in that sense, APEC has been quite ahead of the game here. So there's a lot that we've done. And in the case of the agriculture, it's a multi-year project to strengthen public-private partnership to reduce food losses in the supply chain. So, and a lot of the things that APEC does, we do not do it at the officials level alone. There is this strong engagement with the APEC Business Advisory Council, academia, and increasingly, like I talked about, the youth and businesses, small businesses. It's so important to ensure that what we do bring benefits to a broad section of our public. Now, my final point is on, as I said, what do international? I'm sorry, I skipped one because I think we've done too much. I've said too much already. What were some of our imperatives, and you've heard from both. From all the three of my colleagues about what we've tried to do in APEC. There are 4 strategies, if you want to put it that way. One is to contain the pandemic. The second is to relearn old lessons for a new future. I think that's important. What have we learned from the pandemic? Third, how do we go on continuing to protect the environment? Because this is not going to be the first and the last pandemic. We will see more of it. So how do we do this? And the fourth is to leverage on regional cooperation. I think that's where, a lot of things will happen. Regional cooperation, because none of us can go it alone. That brings me to my final point about what do international organizations need to do more of? For sure, we need to have a better understanding and appreciation of each of our contribution. How do we support each other? In APEC, we have the international organizations as observers and participants in our meetings. We have policy partnerships. And at the end of the day, it's about us having greater interactions and dialogues. And so I'm very pleased that, Chacha has put this together, forced us to come and participate in this. When a senior official says you have to participate, you're invited to participate. It's not an invitation. You have to do it. So thank you for doing this and bringing us together, because it gives us an opportunity to really share with each other what we're doing. In my previous life, I did a lot of interactions with ESCAP, but over the years, that relationship has sort of weakened, and I think we need to rebuild that relationship. So thank you so much for your time. Happy to take questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Maria, and thank you for bringing us back to the origins of APEC and emphasizing that, in fact, environment and sustainability were there from the very start, but also for sharing with us some of this impressive detail of all of these initiatives that maybe we don't hear about. We're very focused on leadership type interactions, but there's this huge amount of work covering youth and small business and a range of other very important issues. So thank you for sharing all of these. Time is running away from us, actually, because we've been really listening with interest to all of the speakers. We do want to leave a bit of time for questions and answers and a quick wrap up from me. So what I propose to do perhaps is to maybe just try for an initial round of questions. And Shweta, if I could pick on you first, because you kind of led us into this discussion. And we heard from Ms. Maria a little bit on the gender front. I'm interested to hear from you because as the lead author of the survey, you would have dissected many gender issues. But when we think about building forward better, we're trying to address the persistent discriminations and impacts towards women and girls. How are Southeast Asian countries including some gender-friendly perspectives in their efforts to address the pandemic? And if there are some good examples, would there be some that you would nominate could be shared with the APEC economy? So over to you, Shweta.
Thanks, Michael, actually, for this question, on gender. We all know that a lot of women got affected more, actually. There's a lot of literature out there you can check, and people know that women got affected a lot more during this pandemic. So in our report, what we ended up doing, we reviewed the gender-sensitive measures that were introduced by countries in the region. And unfortunately, Southeast Asian countries are not doing enough to support women and girls. So there was a COVID-19 Global Gender Response Tracker. It was a joint effort by UNDP and UN Women. So they were tracking some of these responses, and none of the 23 economic, financial, and fiscal support for businesses and entrepreneurs policies and 24 labor market policies targeted women's economic security, while only a very few social protection policies benefit women. So a lot can be done. So what can be done? What can governments do? Interestingly enough, I think last speaker just picked up on a couple of things. And let me just highlight that at the broad level, governments could support economic sectors that are hard hit by COVID and disproportionately employ more women. What are those examples? We all know retail shops, restaurants, and hotels. And governments could also target financial assistance towards mothers and caretakers whose household work is usually unpaid, and they were actually bearing a lot more of this work actually during the crisis. And there should be actually some schemes to support SMEs owned by women entrepreneurs. Those could actually go a long way as well. So these are some of the ways where governments can actually help women. Women have no doubt been disproportionately more affected by than men. And I think there's more that needs to be done. So hopefully these would address some of the things.
Thank you very much, Shweta. Thank you for sharing that. I wonder if I could turn to Malaysia now, to Mr. Yaacob. I understand Mr. Yaacob has this eternal dilemma of the public servant being called away for a very important meeting. So I did want to take advantage of the fact that he's still with us to talk a little bit. So Mr. Yaacob, we've been talking a little bit about the pandemic, and I suppose we're a year and a half into the pandemic. I'm interested to hear from you about the common challenges that APEC economies faced during the pandemic, and that might have been shared through the APEC Summit in 2020. So based on this, what would need to be considered in promoting regional growth through the BCG model proposed by Thailand? So in other words, given what we've learned from the pandemic, how do we feed that into the BCG model? We'd be interested to hear from you.
Thank you, Michael, for the question. Yes, actually, I have to leave shortly. Just to share our experience in 2020 when we hosted APEC, because it was is a really an unprecedented time for all of us because of the pandemic. And in terms of process, I go to process first. It's very, very challenging for us, especially for me as the chair, to conduct all the discussion because we also need to amend, to change the discussion, the normal discussion, to the discussion that really reflect the current situation at that point of time, which is the COVID pandemic. So we need to change that in terms of conversation among the leaders, among the ministers, as well as the way we conduct our discussion, our meeting. As I mentioned that we have to do it in all virtual format. So in terms of substantive, yes, we have our team, our priorities, what we want to achieve for that particular year. But because of the pandemic that hit us suddenly early 2020, end of 2019, we need to change a bit to make it more focused on how we are going to address the pandemic situation, as well as on how we can move forward in our economic recovery. So this is the focus of the discussion that I think in the first quarter or middle of 2020 that we managed to steer the discussion to that angle. So in this regard, I'm very, very delighted that all the ministers, the leaders, they are very, very understanding of the situation, and their inputs, their contribution to the conversation is very much very, very helpful in our work. For example, we try to come up with ideas, initiatives, efforts on how to address the situation of disruptive supply chain, for example. So this discussion, I must say, is centered among the discussion among the ministers responsible for trade meeting, for example, and also for other fora like women, SMEs, health. So all the discussions revolve around on how we address this situation. And of course, MRT is the key in APEC, because this is where all the trade and investment related measures in our drive to address the situation is being discussed. So I'm happy that at the same time, we believe that we need to move forward, so beyond 2020. So this is where we need to make sure that our region is kind of not crisis future-proof in the future, so that we can react more effectively if we are going to face similar crisis in the future, similar pandemic in the future. So this is where 2040 vision is try to achieve this, that we must also take into account all the different landscape post-2040, post-2020, post-pandemic, post-COVID-19, because this is where we are going ahead, and this is where the Vision 2040 really tackle this issue, because we are not only dealing with trade investment matters, but also inclusiveness, poverty, which is all interrelated when it comes to this pandemic situation, post-pandemic. So I'm happy that as a chair for 2020, that the leaders, the ministers, the officers, and all our colleagues, Mark, Chachai on the screen, ED from Singapore, that we managed to come up with a very solid plan for APEC economies to move forward post-pandemic, and also to broaden our focus not only on trade investment, but also the inclusiveness, the environment, the sustainability issues, which is the way forward, which I believe is very much in line with the spirit of SDGs. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jacob. For the next question, I'd like to maybe move to Wellington to hear from Mr. Mark Talbot. And I think, Mark, in your remarks, you touched upon one issue, which was, as we get towards the end of the pandemic, how do we prepare businesses for growth? I'm interested in the issue of low-skilled and low-income workers who've been marginalized by the process of digitalization. So they've been, in many cases, unable to adapt to new technologies and job requirements. And I think COVID probably has seen maybe a wedge driven between the two types of workers, because those which adapt to digitalization can manage quite well during the pandemic and during lockdowns, whereas those without the skills or the access to technology are much more badly affected. So we've seen this huge gulf between the different types of workers. But do you have suggestions of policies that APEC economies can take into consideration in addressing this issue of low-skilled and low-income workers getting left behind by digitalization?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. It's a really tough question, but the question for the 2020s. I don't think I can give you the complete answer, but I do think that APEC is an organisation that can help on this issue because of its kind of multifunctional nature. It brings together trade and economic officials as well as education officials, and the people who set regulations and what have you. And this is quite a cross-cutting issue that flows across all of them. I guess I'll apologise, Michael. New Zealanders always like to take issue with the question. I absolutely agree that low-skilled workers and particularly the sort of lower socioeconomic groups have been disadvantaged through the pandemic and by digitisation and automation. But I think we also have to be really conscious that this is going to hit all sectors of society. So there's a lot of research out there right now that demonstrates that, for example, accountants being put out of jobs by the automation of a lot of accounting practices. Doctors will, in the future, find that a lot of the work that they do will be automated in some way, shape, or form, which really brings us to a reality that that the digital future is not just about people who have the right skills to work with computers and to work in a digital environment, but also people who have the right skills to do things that computers and machines can't do. So it's about human relationships quite often, where computers can never be a substitute. And from a New Zealand point of view, at any rate, it's about thinking through those issues. So I guess our policy prescription for APEC would sort of be threefold. One is, as Tantri Dr. Rebecca said, what measures is what matters so often. And we've got to spend time in APEC understanding what are the things that we need to measure and understand. And there's a lot of work that goes on in the human resources part of APEC on this very issue around measurement. The second is really around some of those sort of structural reform challenges. How do we make sure that our rules and regulations are fit for purpose so that people who are moving into the digital economy in low-skilled parts of the digital economy in particular are not exploited or not disadvantaged. And actually, Hyrule initiated last year a piece of work inside APEC on structural reform and the future of work that is looking at exactly these issues. And that report will issue by the end of the year, which will provide a basis for policymakers to think through the issues. And then third and finally, it's about sharing the lessons learned amongst our officials. So, for example, the work of our education ministry colleagues getting together to talk about the types of policies that they have adopted and the best practice that is emerging around supporting our people to prepare them for the future of work, the future economy, whether that's working in the digital sector or working in those human relationship sectors that matter so much. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Mark. That was an excellent answer. And I think as you were talking, I was taken back to the early 1980s when people said with the advent of computers and robots that there would be a lot of job losses. But in fact, the greater productivity in the economies stimulated new and different types of jobs. So that would tend to suggest to us that it's an adaptation challenge. We need to adapt our workforces to come up with new skills and new job profiles. And you're absolutely right to take issue with the question, because it's also not just doctors, as you pointed out, but maybe accountants and other professionals too, whose jobs are at risk from the next generation of artificial intelligence. So thank you very much for that interesting insight. Maybe I could now turn to Thailand, to Director General Chai Vaivid, to talk a little bit more about the BCG, because as we all know, we're struggling with COVID-19, and one of the challenges there is attracting private sector investment into areas such as climate change and biodiversity, and to have more inclusive economies. So without private sector investment, it's very difficult. But how do you see that this is linked with the BCG model? For example, how would you leverage this model to attract more private sector investment into these critical sectors?
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for your question. Look, I'm not trying to pretend to be a preacher on BCG model or anything, but let me just start by emphasizing what we think. Why do we need BCG model in moving the post-COVID economic recovery? We all realize that the pandemic has caused tremendous impacts on our economies and societies, the way we used to do business, the way that we treat the environment for the benefit of doing business. That is a real imbalance, and I will need to repeat what my leadership has emphasized before, that there is real balance in ecologies, in the way we live, doing business between people and the ecosystem around us. And as a result, when we look at our past practice, we tend to give a focus on profit maximization. The profit lines, how to go for maximum economic growth, and the way of life that has not taken into account being just right, just sufficient. I'm not sounding like Zen or Buddhism in that way, but we are talking about, I think we are talking about science here. You may recall that just over a year or so ago, when we stopped receiving tourists as a result of the pandemic, we look at the whole picture of our tourism, and we decided to go back to basic, close down some of the island, southern Thailand, And we found just over a few months later that the nature has come back. The balance has been there to show us that this is the way that we should balance between economic growth, for instance, and the environment, the ecosystem that is the backbone of the economy. Mark, you may recall that I during one of my interventions last week, during our implementation plan conversation, I made sure that we re-emphasize the need to have this concept of sustainable and green tourism in our implementation plan. That is one reflection of how we have learned from this pandemic, as Tan Sri Rebecca said, how we have learned our lesson from this whole pandemic. And you all know that there are indeed three components of the BCG approach: bioeconomy, which involves production of renewable biological resources, converting them into value-added products, circular economy, reusing, recycle, sustainable consumption and production, and then we have this green agenda, which determines how to keep the economy, society, environment in balance, eco-friendly technologies as part of our transition to a net zero carbon economy, so on and so forth. So those are parts of the whole BCG approach that we are addressing. As I said at the start of my answer, Thailand is not a preacher by any means. We still have a lot to learn. But we want to make sure that we are going to be, a good student in the changing environment. We want to be ambitious in addressing all this biocircular green agenda, and it's not easy for a developing economy like Thailand and our friends across the region. How business can be part of this? There are perhaps 4 areas under BCG approach that we are putting a lot of focus on. Food and agriculture, that's the first. Medical and wellness, that's the second. Thirdly, bioenergy, biomaterial, and biochemical. And fourthly, sustainable tourism and creative economy. Those are the kind of broad segments that we are giving a lot of thoughts, putting a lot of thoughts and energy into, and how to bring the private sector into driving all these segments. We are very clear on roles of our stakeholders. There will be 3 layers that we feel going to be vital in the driving of this BCG agenda. First, corporates, big corporates, medium-sized corporates, small, micro enterprises. Corporates are going to be the main engine, the first main engine. And secondly, very important, society. We need to create a community that is BCG, of course, but that is knowledgeable and useful in this BCG agenda. And lastly, youth and women. There will be the main players at the grassroots level to make sure that this conversation is being translated among local community. So those are main stakeholders that we feel the need to empower, and of course, take for instance the first stakeholder, the corporates. There are things like the concept of environmental social governance that we believe has already be part of big corporate principle. But how to translate, how to bring all this environmental social governance principle into medium-sized and smaller-sized enterprise who are equally important in this movement. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I must apologize, the time is getting away from us. I understand from the organizers we have a hard stop at 12. So I did mean to turn to Miss Rebecca with another question, but I think time doesn't permit us. There are lots of more questions coming through on the chat, which we won't get to, unfortunately. But just allow me to wrap up in the few minutes that we have left. I mean, first of all, a huge thank you to all of the presenters who have given a very sophisticated and very expert facet of their different involvement with APEC and this agenda. And I think a couple of things stand out to me. That the issues that you've been discussing about APEC's regional cooperation have absolute resonance across the Asia Pacific. We are all standing in the same boat, as it were, facing the same storm, addressing these challenges. So I think that implies a huge room to work together to cooperate between ESCAP and APEC. I think the other thing I'd like to remark upon is the sophistication of the dialogue within APEC on these issues, and not just the high-level leadership efforts, but all of the very detailed, very granular efforts that Ms. Maria very nicely laid out for us. There's a huge amount of very impressive work on gender, on youth, on small business, on sustainability, which is a really impressive body of work. And I think lastly, the thing that I've observed is the huge camaraderie and the warmth and the spirit behind your interactions, because we may forget about this sometimes, but this is the basis of international cooperation. And without this kind of human-to-human contact and this type of cooperation and the spirit that all of you are showing to such a high degree, none of this would be possible. So I really commend you for the way in which you've come together and supported each other, backed by this huge raft of different sectoral measures. And I think all of us, you really join hands in wishing Thailand well for the coming year. And it sounds like Thailand has an impressive body of work to pick up on, but also Thailand will add its own stamp to these very, very impressive efforts. So from my point of view as an ESCAP staff and my colleague Shweta, we very much look forward to working with you and supporting you in these efforts. I'd like to give a huge thanks to all of you and everybody listening, all of the participants out there in the virtual world. We're sorry we couldn't get to your questions. There's just too much to discuss. So now I'd like to hand back to my colleague Ronnie, who's going to announce the next session. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. And I'd like to express my appreciation to all the panelists for their wonderful intervention and sharing their thoughts. I think now we have a better idea of the APEC agenda for this year, as well as the coming chairmanship under the able leadership of Thailand. So that concludes our session for this morning. And I think this will definitely set an excellent tone for the next sessions for today's program. So with that, I would like to thank everyone for participating in this first session of the forum. And we will take a break and we will convene back here at 2 o'clock for session 2, which will be organized on Southeast Asia perspective on the APFSD and HLPF theme. Thank you, everyone, and have a good day.
Afternoon and welcome. I'd like to start the session now on time, and I want to thank you very much for choosing to share your time with us today. Welcome to the 5th Southeast Asia Multi-Stakeholder Forum, Session 2, Southeast Asian Perspectives on the Asia-Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development and the High-Level Political Forum theme for 2022, which is Building Back Better from COVID-19 while advancing the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The Asia Development Bank, United Nations Development Program, and the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific are organizing this dialogue to identify Southeast Asian challenges and development priorities and brainstorm and share cooperation measures and good practices that will support the subregion to recover from the pandemic and continue progress towards achieving the SDGs. The discussion points will feed into the thematic priorities and examples in the 2022 Asia-Pacific SDG Partnership Report. And this report will explore trajectories for resilient and inclusive recovery in social and environmental dimensions with a specific emphasis on the goals under review: quality education, SDG 4, gender equality, SDG 5, life underwater, SDG 14, and life on land, SDG 15. We welcome your active participation in the discussions and thank you for choosing to spend your time with us today. We will begin by framing the session with a 10-minute joint presentation on the key messages and findings from the 2021 Asia-Pacific SDG Partnership Report and an introduction to the theme for the upcoming 2022 report by Mr. Bishwa Tiwari, Program Specialist of UN Development Program, and Ms. Smita Nakuda, Senior Results Management Specialist of the Asian Development Bank. The floor is yours, Bishwa, to share your screen and begin your presentation.
Thank you, Juliet. So thank you all for joining this interesting session. As Juliet mentioned, there will be two parts in our presentation. The first part will be presenting some of the key messages of 2021 SDG Partnership Report. Then my colleague Smita, she will be presenting briefly on the 2022 SDG Partnership Report. Before presenting the 2021 key messages, I would like to introduce the partnership among the three agencies, ESCAP, ADB, and UNDP. We have a very long partnership among these three agencies, which started in the MDG era in 2003, with the objective of triggering debate and discussion, reviewing and follow-up of the MDGs, and thereby contribute to the achievement of Millennium Development Goals. So during MDG era, we produced 10 MDG reports. With the conclusion of MDG, we entered into a new partnership, SDG partnership, in 2015. So since 2016, we started working on our SDG report. So mainly, there are three activities or say output under this UNESCAP, ADB, UNDP SDG partnership. The first one is...
Excuse me one moment. Can you put it in full screen presentation mode?
Oh, sorry. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's okay now? Yes.
Yes,
so,
great.
Yeah, so since 2016, we started working on SDG partnership, whereby we do three things. The first thing is that to produce annual thematic report on the HLPF theme annually. So in 2017, we produced a report on eradicating poverty, which was the annual theme of HLPF on that particular year. Similarly, in 2018, 2019, 20, we produced altogether 5 reports so far. The last one was in 2021, which is on responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, leaving no country behind. This report was presented at the Asia Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development held in the March this year. Now, apart from this annual thematic report, we also produce occasionally outlook report And then more importantly, the another activity, which is about the SDG data portal, which provides data on the SDG indicators. And this has been maintained and updated by the ESCAP Secretariat Statistics Division. Now, all these knowledge products and material you can find in our SDG Asia Pacific Net, which is given in below here. All the knowledge products are available there, including the data portal of our SDG partnership website. Now, let me proceed to report some of the key messages of the last report, which was launched in 2021 Asia Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development. The theme of the report was responding to COVID-19 pandemic, which I just mentioned. Now, the report has three key messages. The first one is COVID-19 pandemic is an asymmetric shock. So it is an asymmetric shock. Although the pandemic has impacted all the countries of the world, no country has been able to escape from the pandemic, but this impact differs across the countries because of the differences in the vulnerabilities of these countries across the, say, economic dimension or social dimension, environmental dimension. Because of these differences, the impact on different countries are different. So because of this reason, there is going to be a widening gap between the countries. Now, there will be some countries which will be lagging behind. I will further explain in my next slide about this. Second one is about digitalization, which is a powerful force for transforming societies and economy. Yes, we all know that digitalization has been an important means or tools for managing this crisis. It has helped us, in resuming our economic activities, in resuming our social activities like health and education, in tracing or tracking or follow-up of the COVID-19 patients. So in that sense, it was quite useful, but it was not useful equally to all the countries of the region, because those who have a better connectivity, better infrastructure facility, better internet, they were more able to utilize the benefit from the digitalization. Similarly, within a country, not all population group or even by gender, there was differences in access to digitalization or the connectivity. So there was a gap. So frankly speaking, digitalization is an important source, but we need an equitable digitalization so that within a country, by gender, by geographical region, or by population group, there is no differences. Everyone could get or harness the benefit from digitalization. So because pandemic has going to increase the vulnerabilities, are going to increase the gap between the different countries, there is a need for a renewed regional cooperation with a focus on people and the planet, because over time there is change in the nature of the shock. In the past, there were much more frequent shock in the area of economic sector, financial sector, but over time, we see in the last 1 decade, we have 3 more health shocks. So the nature of shocks are changing. So because of that reason, we need to go beyond the economic sector and financial sector to health sector and environmental sector to have more and more regional cooperation. Now, let me briefly delve upon 2 more points. The first point is that, yes, now because of the differences in the vulnerability condition, there is a risk of K-shaped recovery in the region. Some countries which are less vulnerable because of a better or higher social protection coverage, because of less informal sector, because of a less environmental stress, those sort of countries or those who have a higher amount of stimulus package or recovery measures in the place, these countries are recovering much faster than those which are not. So frankly speaking, now these days with the availability of vaccine, we see that those countries which have higher vaccination rate, they are going to recover, or they are recovering much faster than those which are not, or which have a very less vaccination rate. Similarly, we can find this sort of a K-shaped recovery, this differentiated recovery within a country between the sectors. Some of the sectors, they are recovering faster than the other sector. Now, let me go into the final slide. This is about the need for regional cooperation apart from effective national policies. Yes, effective national policies are very much necessary to improve the social protection coverage, to improve the digitalization, to help benefit the poor and vulnerable section of society, to support the MSMEs. But apart from national policies, we also need regional cooperation. There is paucity of, or deficit of global public goods. Over time, we see now most of the crises, they come from environmental stresses, biodiversity problem. Because of that reason, this is not an issue of only one country. It is only through regional cooperation we can actually increase the abundance of the global public goods, including the vaccine. So moving beyond the traditional sector of economic cooperation or financial cooperation, we need to invest. Our regional cooperation has to go to the and promote the regional cooperation in the sector of environment, in the sector of nature conservation, in the sector of other global public goods like vaccine or health sector. So thank you so much. This concludes my presentation. Now over to Smita for a teaser on the 2022 report. Smita, over to you. If you want, I can move slide myself, I think.
Yeah, that would be great, Bishwa,
Yes,
if you could.
Thanks.
So let me echo the thanks Bishwa has already expressed to all of you for making time to join this consultation and to ESCAP for organizing this session. If we could move on to the next slide, where as he's mentioned already, we're starting work on the 2022 report. Bishwa, could we move to the next slide? Perfect. And the idea is really to pick up on some of the themes that we began to explore in our 2021 report around the dynamics of COVID-19 as it's affecting particular countries in our region and the implications that COVID is having for economies, for people, for societies, for our planet in much more empirical depth in order to be able to try to highlight good practices for a resilient, sustainable and inclusive recovery that reflect the realities of our region. And in that context, your voices, your perspectives, your experiences are invaluable to this process because you are all involved in experiencing the effects of COVID on your countries' economies, and in many ways and different capacities, helping your countries deal with this unprecedented shock and build back better. So really the objective of today is to hear your views, your insights, in order to help us put together a report that reflects the work that you're all involved with in your various capacities all over Southeast Asia, in order to help us develop a report that can identify policy pathways that help countries address the emerging inequalities that we see being reinforced by these stresses and pandemics, and address inequalities between countries as well, a theme that was very central to last year's report. So if we could move on to the next slide, I thought I would explain a little bit the emerging approach that we have to this 2022 report. And it also explains the way in which we've set up today's consultation, as Juliet explained. So our objective is to really try to analyze some of the underlying factors that have shaped the effects that COVID has had in reality in Asia and the Pacific, looking at the differences between subregions and between countries, as I noted, and drawing upon country examples as much as we can, using in-depth case studies, particularly from your particular experiences potentially, that highlight the effects of COVID-19 on our countries, and really trying to put a focus on some of the priority goals that will be debated at next year's high-level political forum on the SDGs. Juliet already set those out at the beginning, so I won't repeat it, but we really think that these themes around inclusion, empowerment, and investing in nature and ecosystems and biodiversity are going to be at the heart of efforts to build back for the SDGs. And we're keen to hear your experiences in terms of how you see policies and practices in this sub-region trying to address these themes in order for us to achieve those ambitions and objectives. So with that, let me close and hand over back to Juliet to manage the rest of the session. And again, many thanks to all of you for your participation and the ideas that you're going to be giving us over the next hour and a half of this session.
Thank you. Thank you both for the background to frame our discussions. And we will now move into a panel where experts in each of the SDGs under review will share a 5-minute introduction to how COVID-19 has affected the SDG of their expertise area and how these issues have been included or mainstreamed in the COVID-19 recovery measures, as well as any emerging initiatives or examples of good practices in these goal areas. This will help us set the stage and prepare us before launching into the group discussions on the 4 SDGs under review. And I just want to remind the speakers, please keep to the 5-minute timing. I'll be keeping time for you and asking you to wrap up after you reach 5 minutes. We will have more time to dive into details later on in the breakout group discussions. And with that, I would like to welcome our expert on SDG 4 education, Ms. Ethel Pascual Valenzuela, the Director of Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization. The floor is yours, and please share your screen.
Thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see it clearly.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me in this very, very important forum. And I would like to thank Mr. Tiwari and Ms. Smita for a very good presentation of the background. Well, I'm delighted to join you in this panel, mainly because I also represent the regional organizations in our SDG steering committee, global steering committee. And as you know, the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization is promoting cooperation in education, in science and culture. And we take the lead in many of the SDG 4. So during the time of pandemic, we immediately called our ministers for sharing the COVID-19 responses because many of the schools were closed and teachers have to right away move to digital classrooms, right, or classes or whatever, online, on air, on site, or in-demand classes. It's very challenging for them, but they were able to make it and to immediately transform. But my presentation will be mostly on the SDGs, right? So I would like to go through the SDG status of Southeast Asian countries, because it's a long list, it's almost 10. So let me start basically with the available data that we have. You know that before the pandemic, there's been a progress in many of our countries towards achieving our targets in all of these areas that I have shared with you. But we have also identified significant gaps over the past 5 years. There is already a draft report on the situation of accomplishment of SDG 4 in Southeast Asia and Asia Pacific region. Let me go quickly to target 4.1, free, equitable, and quality primary education in Southeast Asia. It's really an aspiration, but a large number of children have completed already primary education. But when it comes to secondary education, we need to push for more or better completion rate. So many of them are not proceeding to secondary education. So we still have almost 50% of children that achieve minimum proficiency level in reading and mathematics in early grades. So you can see PISA teams, CPLM, our own regional assessment. And we also have issues on gender equity, those who are learning, reading, writing, mathematics, and boys are at a disadvantage in terms of gender equity based on our study. On 4.2, quality early childhood development care, pre-primary education. This is one of our priority areas, ECCE. And as reported by member countries, gross enrollment rate for pre-primary education has increased. But as we know, it's still in our agenda, universal. We want all 5-year-old kids with early childhood care and education or development. Because based on our study from CPLM, children who had ECCE had better scores in reading, writing, and mathematics proficiency than those who did not go through schooling at ECCD level. In target of 4.3, equal access to TVET and higher education. TVET is also in the core programs of CIMEO. And we know that in our region, age 15 to 24-year-olds will go into higher education or TVET. And well, we know that TVET is really an interesting part because it supports our human development capital. And we know that not all kids are going into TVET. So we still need to encourage, appreciation of TVET as a choice of our youth. And this is also very interesting because there is a widening disparity in favor of women who are accessing TVET education. Also, this 4.3 is on tertiary education. We still need to encourage enrollment in higher education. So many are dropping out from primary, then secondary, drop out again, and then tertiary, only few are into that. So we need to offer more scholarship programs in college level so that higher education enrollment will be up. This is not just in Southeast Asia, but Asia Pacific region, where about 50% are really not into the higher education. In 4.4, skills for decent work. So we know that in our study on Digital Kids Asia Pacific, we have a very encouraging result that kids have very good digital skills or ICT skills. It's high, but the digital is not. We need to measure if COVID-19 had affected increase in ICT in digital skills, because this is very new. Our Digital Kids survey was before the pandemic. There is also gender disparity in favor of men across all ICT skills. Now, 4.5 gender equity. So I've been saying in our region, there is we can see disparity in age at appropriate levels of development. 4.6, it's 5 minutes, sorry. We need to ensure that all youth and substantial number of adults achieve literacy. So we see that many are achieving literacy, universal literacy in CMEO member countries on Southeast Asia, but those in lower socioeconomic status, they are far likely to achieve minimum proficiency level. We need to focus on the disadvantage. 4.7 on global citizenship. GCED, Global Citizenship Education, ESD, they're in the curriculum already, but we need to foster more to have more concepts on human rights, sustainability, gender equity, and a culture of peace. So there are many good practices on schools promoting zones of peace. Target 4.8, school environment. Many primary schools have very good infrastructure, but lower income countries in our region still lack basic services and facilities. No single-sex toilet. 4.B, scholarships. So the lower middle income countries also are receiving a lot of ODAs, overseas development assistance, for scholarship and academic mobility. Teachers, 4.C, high proportion of teachers are trained in our region. So, but still, there is like teacher attrition in basic education, where male usually will leave the teaching profession and female will remain in the teaching profession. So that's our report from Southeast Asia in terms of achievements. So the critical thing, the key challenges are actually on equity in access, quality, and as well as data. We need to continue gathering enough information, especially targeting the marginalized learners. And during the pandemic, we see a lot of inequity in accessing online classes, online literacy in almost all countries in the news. So lessons learned is that we need to strengthen collaboration. We need to focus on the most vulnerable and disadvantaged. The ministers have emphasized this one. And also invest in data collection, maintain increased education financing. We're not really investing a lot on education at this time, but we hope that we will achieve that for SDG 2030. So those are my key sharing. Sorry, 5 minutes is not enough, but thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much for giving us so much information in what I know is a very short period of time to cover quite a bit. And I know we'll have more time in the discussion groups to really get into some of those details. And I would also like to, as we transition to the next speaker, we'll launch a quick poll question on SDG 4 to all participants. And while you answer the poll, I would like to invite our second expert on SDG 5, Ms. Cielito Perez, Executive Director of the Center for Women's Resource, Inc.
Cielito, yes?
Yes, please. The floor is yours. And for those who didn't see the poll pop up, you can reach it in the bottom. Great, I see people are responding. We're going to close it in 1 minute, and please go ahead and share your screen, Ms. Perez.
All right. Thank you, Juliet. Again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cielito Perez. I am from the Center for Women's Resources, but I am also part of the Asia Pacific Forum on Women, Law and Development. It is a network-driven organization of grassroots women, which also sits as the women constituency focal point of APRSM, as well as organizing partner of the Women Nature Group. So my task today is to give a brief input on SDG 5, and that is on the grassroots women's perspectives from Southeast Asia. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, we see it. Thank you.
Okay, so let me begin by saying that the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic have adversely affected the little progress on gender equality in our sub-region. It instead greatly exacerbated the impacts of the underlying structural and systemic inequalities that is experienced by women. We've seen this in a recent survey by EPWLD that I will share later. And this would point to regressions in SDG 5 as well as in many other SDGs, giving more evidence to the cross-cutting nature of Goal 5. So, to begin with the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, in the survey, we have seen that majority of women have lost jobs, livelihood, and income while having difficulties accessing social protection, which is related to Goal 8. And because of this, there is increasing household debt, food insecurity, and hunger directly related to SDG 1 and 2. They say that land and the resource grabs continue despite the pandemic, leading to further displacement of women from their communities, which is directly related to Goal 10. On health, there remains lack of access to services and facilities, testing, treatment, PPE.
Excuse me, Ms. Perez, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't know if you're advancing your slides, but we cannot see anything but the first.
You cannot see my slide?
Okay. We see just the first.
All right. Can you see this one?
Not moving, I think.
It's not moving.
I'm going to share it again. I hope you can see it now. How about this?
Yes. Yes, great. Thank you.
So, to the health impacts, as I was saying, lack of access to services and facilities, testing, treatment, PPEs, and especially vaccines. There is lack of proper sanitation and hygiene, maternal care, especially that healthcare is highly privatized and there is an increase in out-of-pocket expenditures. On education, this was already mentioned a while ago, but for women, they are very much burdened by the added cost of home-based education, and it increases their multiple burdens when they do not have any other choice but to become the primary learning partners of their children. And of course, many still do not have access to online learning facilities. On environment and disasters, women say that government responses during the pandemic was limited and lacking, and we know that women are more vulnerable to climate crisis. And then on violence against women, we know a lot of study revealed that COVID-19 increases domestic violence. But what I would like to highlight is that there is an increase in violence against women and discrimination against racial, ethnic, and religious minority. And many women have also said that many pandemic response measures were used to justify militarization and suppression of resistance and dissent. Of course, while women are at the forefront of responding to the impacts of COVID-19, it's saddening that there is lack of space for grassroots women's participation in policy-making and decision-making mechanisms, be it on responses or on crafting recovery strategies. Finally, we see the lack of attention given to particularly vulnerable members of society, especially for poor women, elderly, persons with disability, domestic and care workers. And in all of these, we have seen that many social and people's movements and even governments in developing countries are realizing the systemic faults and the dominant neoliberal model of development that have long existed even before the pandemic. So we see this through trade liberalization, deregulation, and privatization of prioritizing budget on defense and debt servicing over social services, of over-relying on women's unpaid and underpaid care work. But it is also good to see that there have been intense discussions in forums such as HLPF, Financing for Development, the current UNCTAD Forum, the TRIPS waiver discussion, where we talk about shifting power and addressing inequalities between countries that are rich and poor, and within countries, and between men and women. And we know that this is the time for action. For us in CWR and APWLD, we say that instead of building back better, we need to build back differently. We need to reconsider the macroeconomic policies that favors corporations. We need to end unsustainable debt and lopsided trade agreements. We say that we need to build back justly and ensure in investments in the active participation and decision-making power of women and girls, and those whose voices have been left behind. And of course, we need to build back sustainably, where we require all SDGs to progress and take place within planetary boundaries. And finally, to end this, I would just like to reiterate that without systemic change, structural inequalities will continue to undermine women's right to development, derailing us further from achieving SDG 5, gender equality, the whole SDGs, and development justice. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to more discussions later.
Thank you, Ms. Perez, for sharing all of that information in what I know is a short period of time. And as we transition to the next speaker, we will launch a poll question on SDG 5 to all participants. And while you answer, I would like to ask for the video to be played for Ms. Fitria Iskandar, the initiator of the Sea Angle Indonesia chapter Pontiac and project leader and founder of the Asia Pacific Climate Project. Ms. Iskandar was not able to join in person today, but sent a video recording. So I'll request that the video is launched now. Thank you, colleagues.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fitria. I'm from Indonesia, representing from Sea Angle Indonesia and Asia Pacific Climate Project. It is an honor for me to be here speaking as one of the panelists, and thank you so much for ESCAP team for inviting me to this prestigious event. And I'm really sorry that I cannot join in the live session, but I hope this won't decrease the essential for the presentation itself. And allow me to start my presentation. So today I'm going to talk about the SDGs 14 years perspective of building back better from the COVID-19. So let's just start. The COVID situations not only affecting the human being or the life on the land, but also it affecting the life in the ocean also, from the marine animal, for the marine plants, and so on. And the COVID situations, as we know that, it increasing the trend for the single-use plastic, which is we know that from the Asia Pacific, 80% of ocean plastic comes from the land-based sources, which is in this pandemic, resulting a huge number of percentage for the plastic pollutions, whether it is on land and also in the oceans. Countries in the Asia-Pacific are among the world's top plastic polluters. 8 of 10 rivers responsible for up to 95% of plastic waste that leaked globally into oceans in Asia. And this not only as the threat, but also the climate change that induced mostly by the human activities already affecting that. It is making an ongoing decrease in the pH of the water and increased loss of oxygen, which has further detrimental impacts of ecosystem and humans' life. And this pandemic also worsening the situations of the oceans and of the plastic pollution that happened. Like we know, before the pandemic happened, we are still facing the plastic pollution problem, but after the pandemic, the situation is getting worse, and we need to take real action to reduce the side effect that might happen very bad in the future. And if we talk about the climate change, the effect of the climate change, especially in the oceans, such as those resulting from overfishing and natural disaster, are exacerbating the existing vulnerabilities of communities that depend on coastal fisheries. A second factor that we talked just now is about the marine pollutions. Not only marine pollutions, but also agricultural practices, coastal tourism, port and harbor developments, damming of rivers, urban developments and construction, fishing gear, aquaculture, and old energy inefficient ships are also become sources of marine pollution that threaten the coastal and marine habitats. Why I said that overfishing become a threat too, because the overfishing can disrupt the ecological integrity and food security. That's why in this time, the government have the chance or opportunity to redefine the steps to preventing all of the deterioration of all of the aspects that I've mentioned before, by catalyze a shift toward a sustainable practices like a green shipping and decarbonization and low impact fisheries, aquaculture and tourism. And what are the example of the effort for the government to make a sustainable ocean restoration effort? Like I can present an example from Indonesia. Like Indonesia is also part of the Ocean Panel, which connects 14 world leaders in their ambition to build a sustainable ocean economy predicated on simultaneous effective protection, sustainable production, and prosperity for all, by first reducing the marine plastic debris, because Indonesia is reported to be the second largest plastic polluter in the world, and Indonesia's ability to collect waste is estimated at only 39%, with only 8% in recycling capacity, which is this leave was the waste disposal unmanaged with risk of leakage into the ocean. And the government of Indonesia already committed to reducing around 70% of marine debris or the marine plastic debris by 2025 and becoming plastic pollution free by 2040. The Ministry of Environment and Forestry in 2019 also launched a roadmap for manufacturers to reduce waste and achieve targets to produce recyclable plastic materials by 2030. And the second, to combating illegal, unregulated, and unreported or IUU fishing, because based on Indonesian National Commission's on stock assessment in 2017, showed that nearly half of the nation's wild fish stocks were overfished, partly due to IUU fishing, leading to an estimated loss of around $4 billion annually, and the global loss is estimated at around $10 until $23 billion annually. And the last, about mainstreaming a blue carbon agenda into climate mitigation and adaptation planning. Indonesia holds the largest blue carbon stocks globally, accounting for 17%. And the country also ranked first in the terms of mangrove coverage and is home for 22.6% of the total area of mangroves globally. Indonesia targets to rehabilitate around 1.82 million hectares of mangrove forest and protect around 1.67 million hectares of primary mangrove forest by 2040. And this aims to enhance the Indonesia nationally determined contribution or NDCs. And what are the step or the key framework that we need to put attention to bring back better on the marine debris issue? The first one is start from the land, preventing it to come to the ocean for the plastic pollution. Having a comprehensive waste management system will be helpful to reduce the 80% that I mentioned before to come to the ocean for the plastic itself, and start to do the circular economy approaches. And the second is collaborative actions that need to be done by everyone that support and engage with the multi-stakeholders. And this is important to combating the marine issues. And the last one is enhancing the research for every country to increase their technology, innovation, and solutions to solve the climate the marine debris problem between the country. And a transformational shift is needed in the relationship between humans and the ocean, in acknowledgement of its material and non-material values and importance, to ensure that the solution pursued in response to the COVID-19 crisis do not further undermine ocean health or the future opportunities associated with the growth of a sustainable ocean economy. And I think that's all from me. Thank you for the attention. I'll give back the floor to the...
Thank you very much. And as we transition to the final panelist, I would like to launch a poll on SDG 14. And I'll introduce Ms. Rianti Jalante, the Head of Disaster Management and Humanitarian Assistance Division of the ASEAN Secretariat. And she will share with us on SDG 15 in the sub-region. The floor is yours. Thank you. We see the presentation.
Yes.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much, ESCAP, for this invitation. I will do the presentation on ASEAN Regional Cooperation Framework for achieving SDG 15, Life on Land in to address these challenges.
Ms. Jalante, we don't hear you, but we see your second slide.
Okay, overall, we see that there is an increasing need to promote long-term adaptive and resilience approaches in managing life on land, SDG 15. Next slide, please. As we expect drought to be more severe, frequent, and widespread in the future because of climate change, managing life on land will be more critical. So our new analysis shows that in Southeast Asia, agricultural drought is the highest contributor to average annual loss due to disasters, contributing to 60% of average annual losses, and its contribution is higher compared to all other hazards combined. So noting that this matrix that we are using here is average annual losses due to, AAL, including direct, indirect, intensive, and extensive losses due to disasters. AAL is normally higher than historical or actual loss number because it's based on probabilistic risk model that simulates future disasters based on scientific evidence that are likely to occur. Next. Next, please. 15 to 25% of the region population live in the drought hotspots. So we can see here hotspots on high population vulnerability and drought in October 2015, and hotspots of high vulnerable population on drought in February 2020. So we can see the much greater distribution. So our report also shows that Southeast Asian countries with high exposure and vulnerability to agricultural drought also have low human development index scores, so HDA, as we may recall. So it's a summary measure of achievement in key dimensions of human development, namely health, education, on income. Next slide. So how do we do with this? Like, what are our responses or ASEAN responses to these challenges? Next slide, please. So first, we call for mandate for a whole of ASEAN approach through a declaration. So we have ASEAN declaration on responding to drought in 2020. So if we see here, it's the activities is about reducing and preventing risk, that is to scale up drought adaptive practices in land, water, food, and energy system through policies that formulate finance and technology application. Next. We have currently being finalized the ASEAN Regional Plan of Action for Adaptation to Drought. So if we see from this presentation, there are three tracks, that is to reduce or prevent the impacts so in key sectors, so managing food, agriculture, water and energy, and also including climate resilience water infrastructure. Second track is on preparedness and response. This is about risk assessment, monitoring and early warning, as well as climate services and data and innovation. And track 3 on restore and recover. So ensuring that we have risk financing and insurance, focus-based financings, and social safety nets. So ASEAN and ESCAP have produced this joint publication series, namely Ready for Dry Years. So the report highlights the truly nature of drought. Many of the impacts are transboundary and no country is spared. It further suggests these 3 tracks of transformation as you see here: reduce and prevent, prepare and respond, and restore and recover. So the report provided evidence base for the negotiation for ASEAN Declaration on Strengthening Adaptation to Drought, which was adopted in November 2020, and also called for the development of ASEAN Regional Plan of Action on Adaptation of Drought. The plan of action will be launched next month, present 9 actions to promote long-term and more strategic approach to strengthening adaptation and mitigation to drought in the ASEAN region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And we will now be launching a poll on SDG 15. And thank you all panelists for your presentations. I hope this panel has left our participants eager to discuss in more depth in the breakout rooms. And I will now hand moderation over to Oliver Pattison, and he will lead you to the breakout room discussions for the really interactive part and to dive into more details.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Juliet. Thanks very much. Good afternoon, dear participants, and welcome to the interactive portion of this session. My name is Oliver Pattison, and I lead a section that focuses on countries in special situations, which comprises the least developed countries, landlocked developed countries, and small island developing states. And we're also responsible for coordinating the SDG Partnership Report, which, as we heard earlier, is a joint product of the partners here, ESCAP, the ADB, and UNDP. To enable a deeper discussion on each of the Sustainable Development Goals that will be under review at the 2022 HLPF, as Juliet just said, we plan to open 4 breakout rooms simultaneously, and we'd kindly like to invite you to select the room of your choice. In each of these rooms, UN resident coordinators and resident coordinator representatives will host and kick off discussions. The room discussing Goal 4 on education will be hosted by Ms. Pauline Tamises, who's the resident coordinator in Cambodia. The room discussing Goal 5 on gender will be hosted by Ms. Iwona Spetkowski, team leader and strategic planning in the resident coordinator's office in Thailand. The room discussing Goal 14 on life below water will be hosted by Ms. Afka Bootsman, head of the resident coordinator's office in Indonesia. And the room discussing Goal 15, Life on Land, will be hosted by Ms. Sarah Sakinis Tollefson, who's the resident coordinator in Lao People's Democratic Republic. Co-hosts from the Asia-Pacific SDG Partnership will also be facilitating the discussion through some guiding questions. And we do hope that this will be useful, this discussion, to provide inputs that we can hopefully prefer and refer to in the 2022 partnership report. So in this regard, I'd like to encourage you to share your insights, highlight some of the good practices maybe. And as we have such a great turnout, I see over 220 participants, to actively use the chat function. At the end of the session, the UN resident coordinators and the coordinator office representatives will reflect on the discussion and share some of the points with all of us as we return to the main room. So in terms of logistics, the discussions are scheduled to last for, I think 40 minutes we might do, because we're a little bit behind time. So it says 50 here, but 40. In any case, we'll send you a 5-minute warning after 35 minutes of discussion. And after 40 minutes, then the breakout rooms will automatically close and you'll all be rejoining the main room. So as we launch the breakout rooms momentarily, you should be seeing a separate pop-up box or notification window as part of the Zoom meeting. And this should say breakout rooms in progress and will show you 4 rooms. You can select the breakout room that you wish to join by selecting the blue join text in the corresponding line. And if you don't see the pop-up button, you can also access the breakout rooms through the bottom navigation bar, where you will see a window icon of 4 boxes. My colleagues here are in any case to assist if you need help in accessing this. And I'd like you now to maybe select the room. I'm not sure if it's already been activated, the box, and look forward to welcoming you back in 45 minutes back to the room here. So I see the breakout room box is activated on my screen. It should be activated on yours as well. And I'd like to invite you to select the boxes. Thank you very much. See you in a while.
Oh, gosh.
presentations are over. This room is rapidly filling with participants rejoining. Thank you very much. Let me just wait 1-2 minutes till the numbers are back to where they were. All right. It's still going up. I'll wait a little bit. No? Okay, well, welcome back, participants. I do hope that you had some interesting and fruitful discussions and deliberations in the 4 rooms. We did have some problems with some joining the rooms. I kind of jumped in and out of the various 4, only understood or listened to brief parts of that what was taking place. And I think, as I'd mentioned before, it would be interesting for maybe the hosts of each of the rooms to reflect a little bit on the discussion that took place and maybe, share with us some of the key messages or some of the ideas that were reflected on in the breakout rooms. So maybe I can just go along according to the rooms in the order of the SDGs. Could I maybe ask Ms. Pauline Tamisis, resident coordinator in Cambodia, to reflect on some of the discussions on Goal 4 on education? Pauline, over to you.
Great. Thank you very much, Oliver. And thank you to my co-host, Frank Thomas from ADB. And a special thanks to Dr. Valenzuela from CIMIO, who was very active in the discussion. First and foremost, I think...
Recording stopped.
The lessons from Cambodia really highlighted the need to adapt, respond...
Recording in progress.
From COVID, particularly on education. And we shared some of what we've done. I think what was helpful, though, was the reaffirmation that what we were doing really facilitated innovations and digitalization. So it didn't just benefit the sector, but it allowed for hastening transformation through digitalization and creating a culture for innovation through that adaptation. One very specific need is to look into the infrastructure of a digital learning ecosystem, because this exacerbates the inequality that's already existing. I will come back to that. Second point, I think it's clear, and this was reaffirmed by Dr. Valenzuela, that what we do is really driven by the political leadership. The government really needs to drive the response and the recovery. For us in Cambodia, we have benefited and leveraged the strong partnership with the Ministry of Education, and this has really been an enabling factor. So to emphasize political commitment and leadership of the government. But Dr. Valenzuela also reminded us that for Cambodia, we need to recognize the overall leadership and achievements of the government in the COVID-19 response. So we can't look at education in isolation, because whatever happens, the overall response allows for us to be able to create an enabling environment to safely reopen the schools. Third point, I wanted to underline, and I think this was heard across all the 4 plenary presentations, not just on education, that education is a fundamental human right, and that to build back better with human rights at the core, we need to invest, continue to protect financing for human capital development. So it's not just education, it's in health, in social protection, it's in nutrition. So, and in Cambodia, actually, these are the pillars of the resilience. There are 3 pillars in the economic recovery, and resilience is really anchored on human capital development that covers universal health care, social protection, education, and nutrition. And the idea being is that if you invest in resilience, you actually create a society and economy that's better able to weather future crises and thrive in the 21st century. As I mentioned, the 4th point is that the pandemic exacerbated existing inequalities. So that also includes gender, inequality and access to health, social protection, urban-rural divide, Oliver, as you had highlighted, and it also risks deepening the digital divide. So as we go into digitalization as a solution, we need to be cognizant of the risks of having digitalization also exacerbate the existing inequalities. I won't go into the details of that, but just 3 other points. I think we all agree that the pandemic is an opportunity to improve systems, to deliver quality education, and to ensure that each child can reach their full potential. This is the notion that the pandemic crisis is an opportunity for transformation that we may not get in the future anymore. And the window is closing for this because everything is disrupted. And as we rebuild, it is an opportunity to reimagine, to rethink. And this is where the innovation come in. And again, Dr. Valenzuela reminded us that it was the Minister of Education himself, Excellency Naron, in Cambodia, in a meeting with the Ministers on Education, who emphasized reimagining teaching and reimagining learning. So it's not just the nuts and bolts of education, but really how do you learn and teach? So again, potential for innovation and potential for building back better. The last 2 points is that, and I mentioned this in the first part, that in Cambodia, school reopening could be a test case for how the economy can safely reopen. So we haven't opened tourism yet. The borders aren't open for that commerce. But if we are successful in school reopening, maybe that can help us adjust and learn and make sure that when we reopen more widely, we can do it safely. And the last point, and I think this was the high point of the conversation, where we emphasize the potential of sub-regional collaboration, particularly in education, on knowledge management and sharing. Here, the example from Dr. Valenzuela on Simyo on using the emergency to put all of the learning materials on open education resources in one platform and making it accessible for everyone. And I think this is the power of knowledge without the barriers of who owns what and what cost to me. So we use this as a way to highlight the need for partnership, public-private partnership, new ways of financing needs in gaps in education. ADB, Frank, raised the possibility of how you can look at guaranteeing loans against education outcomes and quality of outcomes. And finally, really working towards an education ecosystem that brings the systems and the partners together in one platform. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Pauline. Certainly very, very interesting summary highlighting 4 points and 3 additional kind of issues. Great. Can I maybe now ask Ms. Ivona Spitkowski, Team Leader and Strategic Planner of the Residence Coordinator Office in Thailand, to give us her reflections on some of the key points that were raised in the room on agenda. Ivona, over to you, please.
Thank you so much. Indeed, in our breakout room, we spoke about the effect of COVID-19 on women and girls in specifically. And we identified, a mix of socioeconomic challenges that are faced by women due to COVID-19. And this includes an increase in violence against women and girls due to the, isolation measures that have been taken globally, loss of livelihoods and jobs at a greater weight to men, especially being that women are oftentimes involved in formal sector. We also discussed the particular vulnerabilities in the region faced by migrant domestic workers and migrant women to COVID-19, which includes, a host of issues related to, discrimination, xenophobia, language issues, the fear associated with losing work status and actual loss of work as well. Vaccination status, all of this. We also discussed how women are disadvantaged with a double burden of care. There's already a burden of care on women without the pandemic, but with the pandemic, this increases with all members of the household being home. This increases the responsibility for the women in the house for caring for, people living with disabilities in our homes or children. And this also includes prolonged periods of online education for their children, which women also share the increasing burden of as compared to the men in the household. We discussed some solutions to this, so it wasn't an all bleak discussion. And some of the policy solutions that we discussed include investing in the care economy, which is largely informal and which should be included in social protection systems. We discussed social protection for women in the informal sector, including domestic work and migrant domestic workers. We also discussed addressing vulnerabilities by women who own or lead small and medium enterprises. And we thought that some of these issues could be alleviated through gender responsive budgeting. Already, as mentioned, under SDG 4, we need technology-based solutions for sure, as COVID really had illuminated that for all of us. And in our discussion, this includes upskilling women for ICT and STEM-related careers, so that the host of issues that we discussed in the group and I outlined here before, women can lift themselves up through women's economic empowerment. That also includes, the shared responsibility of the private sector. And I would just like to end by talking about women's economic empowerment and the role of the private sector. As a very brief example, in Thailand, the private sector has an undeniable leadership role and responsibility, as it generates nearly 9 in 10 jobs and contributes to over 80% of GDP. I'm sure the statistics vary, but are similar in the rest of the region. We know that more diverse companies have a greater return on profit. So if women, it's a business case as well. If women were equally engaged in the workforce as men, according to a 2018 McKinsey study, we could add $12 trillion to the global GDP. And how powerful would that be for the world and also for the region? And in uplifting these women who would be actual contributors to such increased GDP. And so I wanted to just end on that note in how important it is that in all of our projects and endeavors, we really think about the private sector as a really important stakeholder in women's economic empowerment. And these could be projects that are on upskilling of women, and greater inclusion in women's employment and in different careers that are currently not occupied by a lot of women. And I'd like to end with that. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Iwona. Also, certainly interesting discussions you had there. I think a common thread already that comes out is as you highlighted, the care economy, social protection systems need to be strengthened. That was also something that Pauline had said was discussed in the room on education and addressing vulnerabilities. Of course, the divide between gaps becoming larger within countries. Thanks. Maybe I can now ask Ms. Afka Botsman, head of the Resident Coordinator's Office in Indonesia, to reflect on some of the discussion that took place on Goal 14 on life below water. Over to you, Afka, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you to ESCAP and also for organizing this event, and to all the participants in the Life Underwater SDG 14. Even before, we discussed a lot of different things, and I will try to summarize it as follows. And even before the pandemic, SDG 14 was already under threat. And the pandemic has focused on 2 areas under SDG 14 that are now under extreme pressure. One is around the waste, especially the medical waste as a result of the COVID pandemic. And the second is the enormous pressure on the livelihoods of coastal communities. We spoke at quite some length around the waste and the different roles the different entities have. There are the policymakers, but also individuals at the individual level, individual responsibility. Waste is very visible. We have heard the numbers also from the expert at the beginning of the session on how it has truly multiplied. And it's a very tangible topic. So this is something that we believe requires strong partnerships at different levels, including from the private sector, the government, civil society, but also from the United Nations. The Secretary General earlier this month launched his report, Our Common Agenda, and oceans has been identified as one of the global commons that we need to protect and that we need to give much more attention to. So this was, let's say, the first area of the waste. We also addressed it from the perspective of audits and what role audits can play in trying to get this pandemic of plastics under control that is now at such a level that it is quite alarming. The second element was around the livelihoods, and that indeed we should not stop looking at the litter and the waste for SDG 14, but also to see how this is impacting the lives of those coastal communities, fishers and others that depend on waters for their livelihoods. So this was the second main topic. We also identified areas that are pathways in getting a better understanding, because as was also highlighted by the Secretary General on SDG 14, but also by other leading entities on this topic, that much more research is required to fully understand the impact of the pandemic on SDG 14 and life underwater. So the area of data is really important. How can we strengthen the data and data systems and exchanges around data among those different stakeholders and establish partnerships around those data, and also to see how the governance mechanisms of the high seas and the oceans and coastal waters can be further strengthened, as those also have been under pressure as a result of the pandemic. As maybe a final word that I would like to make, and it was also raised by different participants in the panel, is the importance of giving much more visibility to SDG 14. It's not the first visibility that comes to mind when we think about the pandemic. There are others, not that they are less important or more important, but SDG 14 is not the first one that we think about when we make the link to the pandemic. So we do believe much more visibility needs to be given to this SDG. And by, for example, really studying this as a case study next year for the high-level political forum, for example, to really make people understand on what people can do at the individual level around the waste, for example, but also at the institutional level. Because if we don't address this element of the waste, many more problems will come out of it. So I hope I have covered everything. And yeah, thank you again for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Afka, for your summary of the discussions on life below water. We haven't come to the end yet. We still have one more room left, but as you can see, I'm just pulling up the screen and would ask participants maybe to take the time to scan the QR code and complete a 2-minute very short evaluation session on how we can improve this session. It would certainly be a learning experience for us. I think a link will be shared also to this. But this said, let me now please invite Ms. Sarah Sekenes Tollefsen, the resident coordinator in Lao People's Democratic Republic, to reflect on some of the discussions that took place on Goal 15 on life on land. Sarah, over to you, please.
Thank you, Oliver. And I'm afraid that I won't do credit in the little time that's left to the many considerations under SDG 15. In particular, noting that we do have a lot of commonalities with SDG 14. And it was also felt that under the COVID pandemic, whether you're still in response or in recovery mode, there's been little or very limited attention paid to the actual urgency under what the Secretary General has called the triple planetary crisis, and very much in line with the Code Red report that he has referred to. There was a lot of reference to things that have digressed during COVID, not least in terms of increased illicit flows of endangered species, challenges for livelihoods, the tourism that has not necessarily picked up anywhere in the region yet, also displacement of indigenous peoples, the need for more conservation, the fact that civil society, who normally function as a watchdog, have been immobilized during the COVID largely and not been able to do a lot of their regular, very good work. And to that extent, I think that this combined with some of the immediate needs for expanding the fiscal space in many of our countries to address the recovery has actually created a little bit of a tension between the response and recovery on COVID on the one hand, and all its urgent requirements on education, on gender, on many of the aspects that we know very well. And that making basically an imperative to generate quick financial return, to the aspects of commitments made under, for example, the Paris Agreement, in which we actually have to revisit financial and economic policies of the past, in which we know that these have been both unsustainable with regards to the environment and also vulnerable to climate change. So that tension remains there and of course is not improved by many of the countries in the region, in particular the LDCs, being in a debt situation in the first place. So with that, it was marked that less pollution was a good thing. But this tension has not made it easy for SDG 15. And in that regard, we also touched upon the fact that the manner in which human practice in the expansion of development as a general phenomenon encroaches on nature is a problem in itself. Not least in terms of looking at this region where the biodiversity is of such a high level. We have one of the world's 17 mega diverse nations. We have 3 of those here, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines, and so-called biodiversity hotspots. But also in terms of impact of COVID, making good to remind ourselves that 75% of all the emerging infectious diseases come from wildlife and has potentially been propelled into our communities due to our own expansion endeavors, so to say. And that it is this continued degradation of nature that means that never before have so many opportunities existed for pathogens to pass from wild to domestic animals and to people. So that also is a eye-opener and which should waken us up. And I can just point to recent research here in Lao PDR, where the National Pasteur Institute, in fact, has found virus in bats that you find in the whole lower Mekong region that are as close to the COVID virus as they've ever found. So there's no doubt that there's some sort of connection. We just need to find the missing link. In the interest of time, I will just say that there are good initiatives. The ASEAN Comprehensive COVID-19 Recovery Framework and Action Plan does include measures that focus specifically on aspects towards SDG 15. And they provide concrete actions to strengthen nature that can be supported both at regional and at country level. And these include, for example, measures to address wildlife trafficking from the viewpoint of biodiversity and biodiversity conservation sectors, so to say, and scaling up action on the conventional and international trade in endangered species of wild fauna and flora. And it was also perhaps well captured in terms of saying that given the wealth of biodiversity in Southeast Asia, there is an urgent need to scale up action to protect ecosystems, continue to evaluate the risk of environmental degradation and of emerging infectious agents, and to engage with regional governments to put an end to the illegal trade in wildlife and to promote economic recovery, to avoid that as the incentive for the wildlife traffic in the first place. I think also worth mentioning, I felt it was a very good in terms of my own takeaways, way of organizing the work needed, which was presented by the expert who spoke specifically on drought, although we focused on biodiversity in the breakout room, to look at reducing and preventing on the one hand, preparedness and kind of response as number two, and then restore and recover. And that many of the things that refer to SDG 15 can very well be categorized in those kind of policy fields, if you wish. I will not be able to do credit to many of the aspects that were raised. I'll be happy to provide some sort of notes, if that could be helpful, because I see that it's 3:59. Over to you, Oliver.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Sarah. Maybe I could ask all participants to turn on their video cameras so that we can just take some screenshots of everyone who was here. And while everyone is turning on their video, I'd maybe like to thank our colleagues from the resident coordinators' offices and also our resident coordinators, as well as the panelists. Thank you, all of you, for joining, and I hope making this a very interesting session. I'm certainly not going to try to provide a summary of the summary that was made. That wouldn't make any sense, but I think this is, we've certainly learned some very interesting things about the challenges here in Southeast Asia. This is, of course, as you know, the first of 5 sub-regional fora that are being organized annually. And the findings of this we plan, of course, to be also reflected in the SDG Partnership Report 2022. So this said, thanks for all of your inputs and for participating. I certainly enjoyed this session. I hope you'll be able to join some of the next sessions that are taking place over the next 1 or 2 days. And that's all from my side. Thanks for turning on your cameras, and see you all soon, hopefully in person. Hopefully next year we'll be able to organize this in person. Virtually has the benefit that we have very interesting participants turn out who might not physically be able to make it, but in person also certainly has value which can't be replaced by virtual meetings. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much. I don't know if my colleague Juliet would like to add anything from the first session. Over to you, Juliet. No, maybe not. Muted. Okay. All right, good. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much again for spending your time with us today and for all of your insights and perspectives.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Juliet.
Goodbye.
So that concludes our session for this afternoon. And we would like to invite everyone again for tomorrow, our 3rd session on SDGs and advancing gender equality and women's economic empowerment. The session will be co-organized with the Global Affairs Canada, and it will begin at 8 a.m. until 10:30 a.m. in the morning. So thank you very much for joining today's program, and we hope to see you again tomorrow, Wednesday, at 8 a.m. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a good day.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye.